And the blinking light is on, which means there is hope. Soon we shall know. And pictures. Okay. Right then. Last time, you did things. Some of which were actually useful things. You harassed a priest. That was one of the things. You harassed a gay man. That was another one of the good things.
You won't have it coming anymore.
Shame on you.
Well, if he's going to prison.
That's true.
Do you think they sent gay people to prisons in Nazi Germany? Come on,
That's
you
even
weren't
more
that mean. They took care of them in other ways. Right, so where did we leave off? Sargon and Dev had gone off to the library. Sargon to look for clues, Dev to look for ass. And you guys still had a day left, didn't you?
Yeah, I think we've got a day to do stuff while Dev and Sargon are on their hunt for info.
Yes, I believe so. All right, so who is the next target we're going to try and smear today?
There's not many left, are there? I think there's only 3.
Right, so let's have a little refresher first and foremost. So, the head of the Abwehr, Jodl Franz, and his second in command, Hermann Wieder. They're the guys that Sargon and Dev is after. Alfred Kreutz, you've got him pretty much on the testimony on Sprudel, who's the gay guy. So we've got Kreutz and Sprudel. Who else have you got? Lutz Herring as well, for being... yes. Well, his grandfather was a Jew, which is close enough.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a Jew. Got him. And Sync to Phil, we haven't got anything on him, really, so...
Yes, it's Sync to Phil and Aldebert Hinkel and Dino Alfieri. Those are the 3 that you don't have anything on yet.
I say we go for Phil.
Phil. Okay, Sync to Phil. Ministry of Transportation, the one who was a divorcee.
Ah, yes, the Jeremy Corbyn of the party, with his Diane Abbott.
Remarried with 5 children, first wife was black, degenerate during the Weimar era. So,
He's
who knows?
the millennial woes of the party.
It's very possible that there's a part of him hanging around that enjoyed those things, and maybe he has internalized a hatred of the Nazi party because they forced him to renounce those things that he might still like. Who knows?
Could do.
The motive is there, potentially.
Yeah, we've got to find out.
So, where is the Ministry of Transportation offices? Where are those located?
Well, like all things in Nazi Germany, in massive, over-designed buildings with birds mounted on them.
To be fair, I miss those days.
Again,
you'll
accuse the Nazis of many things, but they did have fancy clothes and houses.
Well, they understood the importance of propaganda and optics.
See, I'm almost halfway sad that we didn't get to see the building of Germania, because that would have been one fuck of a city. A dome a couple 100 meters tall and shit. I mean, optimistic. Genuinely, a lot of the work of the Nazi higher architects is hilarious to look into, because they were like, reality? Why? We can't keep a dome this tall up, huh?
Reality is what I make of it.
Precisely. They adopted very much so a we'll fix it when the problem arises idea. To be fair, it would also have meant that the Nazi problem would have fixed itself when the new Reichdom inevitably collapsed and crushed to death the entire Nazi party. So, God had a plan, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, so what you're saying is we should have just waited it out. Right, okay.
Basically.
Right. Right, okay, so what you guys did?
One way or another, the fascist problem solves itself.
Well, let's formulate exactly what we might say when we finally get there. We can just... now this is daytime, right? Working hours?
No, you can only operate during the night.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're vampires. You
That is
forget every
correct.
once in a while, you know. All right, so are these offices going to be open around the time that we're able to go out there?
The Ministry of Transportation runs pretty much at all hours, because it's not just like, civilian transportation, it's also keeping the war going.
All right. Well, then that shouldn't be too much of an issue for us, at least. Let's go ahead and walk on up pretty much like normal. Oh, what if we... let me see. What if we were able to maybe... Now, I'm not familiar with how this technology functioned back in the 40s or 30s, whenever this building was made. But how are there fire alarms?
That's a good fucking question.
Because would there be some system,
Right.
a bell?
Were there fire alarms in the 1940s?
We're going to make Grenfell Tower look like a fucking sparkler.
Oh, Jesus. You're in trouble now.
So this is a bit too spicy, so
Yeah. There was a guy...
That's how they felt when they were in the tower.
You heard about the guy who did the effigy of Grenfell and burned it and then got in trouble with the law, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, unironically, got
That's fucked
arrested.
up.
Yeah,
Why is
for
chat
making a
saying-
cardboard firearm.
Why is
The
chat saying
first
the stream
result I
is dead?
guessed is 3 mature ladies get naked in office 1940s vintage porn. What does this have to do with fucking fire alarms?
Is that a no, is it?
Fire alarm is code for
Like,
venereal
this
disease.
is the closest we can find? Like,
Chat is saying that chat's saying F, but it looks fine to me. I can hear what we're currently saying. Don't tell me the only bit that they missed was my brilliant joke.
A fire alarm box is a device used for notifying a fire department of a fire, typically installed on street corners. They were the main means of summoning firefighters before the general availability of telephones. So I don't know if this meant that some fires had... When was it? Fire alarm? Oh, the fire alarm was invented in 1890. So were they installed?
sorry, when was the fire alarm invented?
It says 1890. Here's an old vintage film from the 1940s about fire safety in the home.
The Nazis probably would have had fire alarms then.
Yeah, except it would ring like an actual bell.
Yeah.
Well, I'm fine with that. That doesn't seem unreasonable.
The same fire safety tech that was around during the fire of London. Fantastic.
Apparently, like the modern fire alarm, where it's like a disc that's on the ceiling of your room or whatever, that was invented in 1955.
Yeah, it's a radiation detector. I don't know if it would be around during World War II.
I think I have found, this one claims to be a fire alarm from the Berlin area in the 1930s.
Well, here in D&D chat, they've got there are old vintage ones that have the actual bell, and there's just a hammer that just smacks the bell all the time.
The detector, I guess that was manually activated, but that's still something. The detector that uses alpha particles to detect smoke is, probably too new, but you can get ones that would detect heat easily.
Oh,
you just go and start an actual fire.
Because we don't want to kill all the good Nazis.
What good nuts?
Oh, good people on both sides, says Ryan.
Here's a horn signal from the 1940s. To send fire alarm, lift guard, then pull handle. Yeah, I'm doing image searches, and they definitely existed in the 40s. There's actually some pretty nifty designs, but yeah, they seem to have existed.
Okay. In that case, we will say that there are fire alarms around.
All right.
But you could start an actual fire and then use the fire alarm and not be in trouble for it.
That's true. We would replace one. We'd replace getting in trouble for one thing with another. But unfortunately, I wouldn't want to do that. It would hinder the war effort if there was a fire in the Ministry of Transportation building. And of course, some good Nazis might tragically lose their lives.
Oh, no, because you'll be warning them. Fire, quick, get out.
Well, still, I mean, no. Well, I think the fire alarm will go ahead. We'll just pull the fire alarm.
Or hammer it or whatever you have to.
Yeah, we can give it a yank.
If we get caught, it might slightly undo all the good work we've just done.
Don't get caught.
Let's see. You found 5 high-level traitors and then randomly burned a building.
But there's absolutely
Don't question
no
my
connection
fucking
there.
methods.
It's not. Yeah. We're no one's getting burned yet. Tentatively, no one's getting burned. I'll say that until
Accuse them of being communist sympathizers.
Everyone that died was a communist sympathizer. Everyone that lived was a glorious Nazi.
That's literally the Stalin, like the tanky view of the Soviet Union. It's like Stalin killed 50 million people. Yeah, 50 million Nazis. What?
If they were Nazis, they wouldn't have died of starvation. They would have had more willpower.
Exactly.
I keep seeing the best takes about Hong Kong where they say that all the Hong protesters are actually Nazis.
Yeah, that's right. Hong Kong's just overflowing with Nazis, didn't you?
Well, I've heard someone else that's saying they're all basically Antifa.
It's also overflowing with communists, which is why they're so against China.
That's what I was thinking. I don't understand it. I mean, the guy seemed to suggest he had like a lot of inside knowledge of this. I'm sure that there are people there who just like a riot, but yeah, the majority of it seems to be that China's a piece of shit country and Hong Kong isn't.
Well, they're arguing for their freedoms. They're basically arguing for liberalism, as far as I can see.
As much as that's almost certainly true, I am cautious that Antifa have good, or at least they could have good propaganda if they wanted to appeal to a foreign power. They
undoubtedly do have good propaganda.
Yeah, but God forbid now Antifa actually has an oppressive force to fight against. I know it's a novel idea that's actually the case.
Yeah, I mean, Antifa in the right setting is somewhat excusable.
Yeah, sort of.
If you're in fascist Italy or something, it makes sense.
Yeah, if you're an Antifa, go to the other side of the planet where you're needed. Fuck off from here. We don't need you.
That's literally the best advice I've ever heard.
Let's attack literally the freest country in the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the thing. Like, I never criticized Antifa types for going out and fighting ISIS. Good.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Useful.
Yeah.
Fight ISIS.
Here, Uzlo,
Nazis.
just put this up. I just on the screen. I put it in the D&D chat. There you are.
Yeah, that's about right. Let me.
Deadly centrist.
The fact that the symbols are wrong is what makes it funny.
The hungry hammer, quite.
The virgin when fucking love hungry hammer. Kotaku's dead. All right.
Chat, press 1 if you want to die in a concentration camp, press 2 if you want to die in a gulag, and press 3 if you're a massive cuck.
What a great choice they're presenting you with. It's a shame there's literally no other choice.
Yeah. Isn't it just? Wouldn't that be great? If there was a system that maintained civilizations over hundreds of years. Fucking monarchism's better now than these. And that's not even...
Yeah. And ironically, bring back the king.
If we have to pick one of these, I'll pick fucking British Empire.
Yeah.
Most of the chat are saying completely different things from each other. Fucking fence sitters.
Tough call.
Centrist.
So, may I inquire as to the reason why you would like to ring the fire alarm in this highly sensitive building?
I'm trying to catch up to that stage of the plan as well, yeah.
Only to know if there was one. If there is a potential way, I would like to know if one was available because having the building evacuated for a small amount of time might allow us, while we, under the guise of running in to save people and get them out of the building, would potentially open up a window of opportunity for us to search his office with no one looking and no one around. Just a thought, just an idea. We might not have to do that, but, it's good to know that if it comes to that, we have an option.
Hold on, Arch, what time is it approximately?
Middle of fucking night.
You can probably just sneak around.
Maybe.
And there's
maybe.
people there.
There's people there, yeah.
Are they working in the office at 2 a.m. or?
Yeah, it's the Minister of Transportation in the middle of war.
Well, yeah, like there'll be guards, but there's no one's going to be in the office working.
Yeah, no,
slip
there's
in
dude there.
Why wouldn't there be?
Okay.
The wheels must roll for victory.
The Canadian doesn't understand the concept of working past 5 p.m.
It's all that fucking French influence.
Well, no. I was thinking more like there might be guards in the hall, but like the offices are probably just locked up for the night. You can probably slip in.
I'm not going to say it's as busy as it would be in the middle of the day, but there'll be people walking around. So what we need to do is we've got to find out if this guy has any. Now, this is assuming we go to his office and not to his home, because if we're looking for potential dirt on the stuff he did during the Weimar era, or if he has any plot to sabotage to whatever degree the Nazi war machine or logistics or anything like that, where would he keep it? I don't think he'd keep it at home. Because he does have wife and kids there and all that, and he'd want to keep all that stuff away from them so that their prying eyes don't find it. I think it would make more sense that his office would be more private, where he works, especially as the minister. My thought process, but...
Seems sound.
Yeah. So, let me see. I guess we could roll up, ask if he's working, and if we can speak with him. He'll say, what do you want, or why we're there. And we need to come up with a reason to tell him why we're here and why we're asking questions. Perhaps it is possible because we know that... Let me click my sheet and get the names. We know that Sprudel, Herring, and Kreutz are up to no good. That we could go to him as Minister of Transportation and ask if he has any information regarding the factory, the armaments factory, or anything like that. And we could also say that because Sprudel's being blackmailed, we want to try and find some information on suspected parties involved. We could say anybody we want. This would just be a way for us to obtain potential documents that might lead us towards anything. Huh?
Compromat.
Compromat?
Yeah. Russian for compromising evidence.
Well, there might be some of that compromat, the documents that we want. And if not, then we don't lose anything. And again, we could name anybody we want to him and say, yeah, we have suspicion that this person is is blackmailing somebody, or they're involved with these people that we have in custody. So we just have to maybe just talk to him about that.
I agree, but Arch, what the fuck is that you just posted? This Nazi propaganda, isn't it?
Every stereotype on that list except the British guy that looks like a Jew. Germans have more Jews than we did, as far as I know.
Yeah, checkmate, Germany.
Although they were doing something about that.
I love authoritarian propaganda. It truly is glorious.
He looks friendly.
Fucking truly progressive and diverse, to be honest.
Is that Turkey at the back? Why is Turkey among that list of countries?
Hello. Well, you're asking for sense in the case of... Here, allow me to send you one where the Luftwaffe is dropping Easter eggs over Austria.
Oh, they're such nice people.
Well, I mean, he's sitting on top of the airplane, too. So
yeah, which is a good fucking job.
The Nazis were so progressive, man. I thought they were about a master race, but this is really
those were eggs of color.
Yeah, and it's the previous one. There's a good representation there. It's important.
Any propaganda that the Nazis made could be used by the EU unironically. Prove me wrong.
Yeah. Yes. It's literally Merkel's new fucking world order that the Nazis used as a dire warning.
Just replace the word Jew with populists and you're done.
Okay, so you can, you can leave your hotel. You'll get picked up in a nice Mercedes. There's a confused young man driving you around, wondering why the fuck a bunch of SS officers need to always go around in the middle of bloody night.
Don't answer any
Would
questions.
that be something that would confuse him? Would that be something that confuses him?
He should
It probably would, honestly, yeah.
SS officers investigating while the sun is on the other side of the planet.
Don't ask questions, kid.
Just be lucky you're not fighting on the Russian front.
There are fire alarms on the streets. Those are the most common ones, we'll assume, and there's probably some inside as well. Ministry of Transportation itself is just, the classic massive old brick and marble buildings. There are guards inside. There's also functionaries waffling back and forth. So you could probably get a hold of the guy, Sphincter, if you was to inquire from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and, as we arrive, we can ask where he is, if we can go up and see him and go to his office. And
as it turns out, Hitler was actually a good guy because he was just trying to warn us about the EU.
The man was playing the long game.
By example. See, he was Austrian. He wanted to sabotage his rival Germany.
Oof.
How far can I go with this?
The eternal Austrian strikes again.
Yeah. They've just been playing a very, very long game, pretending to be allied to the doomers of Europe.
Okay, there's a nice little receptionist lady there. Yeah, probably not to his taste. Not male enough, but attractive enough.
Is this the guy that's gay?
Is he gay? No,
I
it's
don't think
probably
he's
not
gay.
gay.
No, well, I don't know. I'll assume he's gay now.
Have fled. But yeah, he informs you that the minister is still in, working overtime as he usually is. She asks if you have an appointment with him.
Say no, we don't have an appointment. However, this is a very important matter of the state.
Good answer.
We don't need an appointment. Look at our clothing.
Looks down at the color of the uniform. Looks back at receptionist.
Just look how fucking stylish we are. People with style like us don't need appointments. We just need a fucking list of demands.
That's horrible. All right. Yeah. Okay. She looks a hint concerned for a second. Just lifts a finger, like, excuse me for a second, as she lifts up a phone, and she's calling the office.
Can I actually stop her?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, as she picks up the phone, I'll raise up my hand, and I'll say, we'll just see ourselves up, if you don't mind.
That's sinister.
That is sinister. She sheepishly puts down the phone.
Oof.
I'll thank her. I'll thank her, and tell her to continue the good work.
See, this is precisely it. Now you're getting into the bad vibes.
Yeah, he's got it, man.
I'm not doing anything that's evil. Very, very clear.
No, the only way to complete the circle is to report her as a Jew at the first opportunity.
Possible communist sympathizer at the front desk.
So I believe it's time for us to go ahead and head on up to his office.
Okay.
Before
all right.
Yeah, before we enter the office, though, assuming we can get there without any issues.
Well, so do you know where his office is?
Oh, I'm certain there'd be signs on the walls and stuff.
Did she not point us to it? We'll point them to.
Well, there'll be signs on the walls. Like there'll be directions. It's a big office building. There's going to be, ubiquitous signs.
That's the potentially embarrassing part of just going like, no, we'll see ourselves up.
Well, ask where he is.
All right, I'll ask for the location of the office. Just let us know where it is, what floor, what floor it's on.
Yeah. There are guards stationed all over the place. Will happily point you in the direction.
Hooray! Guards are just mobile signage anyway.
Yeah,
pretty much. Okay. You arrive outside of his office. A nice, big, imposing mahogany door with a little waiting room outside of it. There is another pretty little lady sitting there, a secretary, presumably, and a guard outside the door.
When you have absolute authority, guards are just automatic door people. Without the need for a sensor.
Basically, it is. The moment you step in the room, he gives you a salute.
I'll return it, absolutely. To the secretary, I'll simply say that we're here to see, we're here to see Minister Phil, and that we don't have an appointment, but this is a matter of utmost importance. And to the guard, I will say, because this is a matter of potential great importance, do keep your eye open, just in case. We might need your help, and I want to be able to count on you, just in case something happens. I need to know that you stand with Germany against all of its enemies, no matter how close they are to the heart of Berlin.
Fucking hell! What are you gonna do to this guy?
I'm not doing anything to him. I don't have to do anything. I just need to talk to the guard.
What does the guard say?
Okay, so the secretary is just like nodding with big eyes, and the guard is looking exceedingly nervous at this point. He just answers with jawohl, mein Herr, and he unbuttons the top of his pistol's holster.
Excellent.
Excellent. I'll give him a satisfactory nod. Can I do an awareness check to see if anybody's inside the room, if there's any talking going on in there, or if he's got anyone's inside?
Of course.
All right, let me do that. Let me bring up my little sheet here. We're going to see what's going on. These windows start so small. Awareness wits?
Yes, probably. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. So that's 4, 5, 6 degrees of success. All right. You can't hear anything that would resemble a conversation inside. You can hear what appears to be low muttering and the clatter of a typewriter.
All right.
At least he's working hard.
Yeah, certainly. I suppose so. He's got a busy job. Oozaloo, anything, any thoughts?
God. Yeah, I'm playing. Sorry, I was just interacting with the chat. Yes, someone's got to keep them entertained. Everyone wants a free shower. I offered them. As an SS officer, I do have the ability to offer that
to the chat.
Yes.
Oh, that's
nice. For actually the content of the game, last I heard, we were intimidating a secretary.
I don't think it's possible for us to not intimidate anyone that we meet.
That's
showing up dressed as we are at this time of night.
Let me reword it. Last time we were gratuitously intimidating a secretary.
There's nothing gratuitous about the intimidation.
Why the hell not, Rags? That's what we're for.
You want to save that card for when we need to play it. After all,
perfectly reasonable level of intimidation.
Of course, we're these people's friends.
Yeah.
You just want what's best for everybody, and by extension, the Reich.
Yeah.
You can't argue
primarily everybody. Or rather, primarily the Reich over individuals.
Primarily the people who are directly engaging, which is you.
We want them to help us, help them, help us all.
That's right.
Well, that is, of course, very kind. Has Uzulu come up with anything yet?
Yeah,
Why am I being depended on here? That's
no. I just want to make sure. No, I just want to know if you got any thoughts or if you're doing anything in particular. I don't want to railroad or anything.
We're including you in the roleplay experience.
Yeah, I don't want it to seem like I'm just full steaming ahead.
It's very good of you. Is it me and you there, Rags?
Just the two of us, yes.
Right, I probably should have been paying more attention then. I'll try to make sure to do that. So,
I'll just give a quick
is
summary.
There a particular question?
Well, we're essentially at the vestibulum of his office. His secretary's at the desk. There's a guard at the door. I've done an awareness check to see if anything's happening inside his office. Just muttering in a typewriter. No one else, as far as I'm aware. And we're about to go into his office and have a chat.
All right, and this is the guy that we suspect of what?
This is Phil, Minister of Transportation. Where the angle that I'm going for here is that because we have 3 who are essentially in custody, and potentially a 4th, Vita, we are here to see if there's a way to obtain documents, specifically travel-related documents to what these 3, maybe 4, where they've been going, if they've been approved for state, like state-financed movement any places. That's what we're telling him we're here for. We want information regarding them, and through that information that we get, documents and information, we're going to see if there's anything in there that only he might have access to otherwise that might implicate him in anything.
Okay, good idea. Always possible that he would have something that implicates him, but would choose not to share it. And I also noticed that you randomly inserted the word dog into a sentence there.
Yeah.
Did I?
Coincidentally.
Yeah, you did actually. I noticed that too.
Where?
Documents, you said.
You have to do that every time you say documents from now on.
Oh, documents.
But on the plus side, like, there's actually nothing implicating this guy so far. So, I mean, just treat him
absolutely
as nothing to hide.
Look, he's on Archer's list, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, we've got 3. 3 makes a pattern.
Yeah.
All right.
And if it's 4, oh.
I like your
Nazi
plan, Rags.
High Command confirmed gay.
I like your plan, Rags. Let's go ahead.
We will gently open the door and step inside.
How about if we don't do it gently?
Oh, we're friends.
Kick the door down. Oi! Give the guy a fucking heart attack.
Get your hands up with the typewriter.
Just as we were discussing earlier, there's a point between communism and fascism. There is a point between caressing the door until it slides open and literally kicking it off its hinges.
I don't know. There's a creepy factor when it comes to someone like the SS caressing a door open to your office in the middle of the night and slinking inside.
All right, Rags.
Yeah, you do it that way.
We'll try the soft, creepy approach. I guess it's always worked for you.
I would like to open the door pansexually.
Okay.
No, just slowly and easily open the door.
In a gender fluid way, you touch the door handle.
Oh, go and get the gender fluid on me.
All right, chat. Nazi door dating simulator. When?
The door opens in a halfway creaking fashion, as if it can't quite decide whether or not it has been oiled or not.
Well,
as
really
close as I come to
this
a
door.
as close as I come to a gender fluid door.
Simulator ever. Chat has just done something very offensive.
Really, imagine my shock.
Someone super chatted an animated picture of a dog.
Oh, really?
It must be a new feature. I hate YouTube even more now. This outdoes everything they've ever done.
See, I was kind of hoping it'd be like, like the spammers that put like blocks of swastikas. I was kind of hoping it'd be spammers putting blocks of hammers and sickles.
Yeah.
Oh, you can. Look at it. Look at the little dog.
Don't show Rags that. It's too late.
It's too late. It's too late. I've
It
seen
seems
everything.
like it seems like they're just stealing the one interesting thing about DLive.
Honestly, if this is an ability for people to give me money in return for, posting animated pictures, then I'm not necessarily opposed to this idea.
I'm not sure it's worth it.
Okay, I want animated rainbow-colored swastikas in there, guys. Go.
The
Don't think they can customize
LGBTQ
them.
stands with Nazi
I
Germany.
don't think they can customize them, Dev. I don't think YouTube is taking that big a risk.
You can't just upload like a GIF.
Or at least they were. That'd be
just
worth the
imagine.
money.
Oh yeah, if they need money, if they allowed custom,
As chat saying, Jim's channel died so that we could have animated dog gifs. This is the direction of YouTube 2019.
He's not the martyr we needed, but he's the martyr we deserved.
he's the martyr we got.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So you opened the door slowly, gently, on the verge between caressing and violently opening it. Inside is a fairly large, fairly well-appointed office. Some large paintings of... I don't know what... No. Large paintings of the Fuhrer as a train on the wall.
Paintings of the Fuhrer as a train, like a Thomas
Yes,
the Tank
it's
Engine, but with Hitler's
ministry.
face on it.
Yes.
Well,
Fuhrer.
lads, I don't think we need to do any further investigation.
Yeah, suddenly we're not the creepy ones here. What the fuck is
It's the
going on?
Ministry of Transportation. Obviously, it's going to have, trains and shit.
We
Yeah,
could
like
stand
maybe
here caressing this
Hitler
door for
on
an
it.
hour, and we wouldn't be the creepy
I
ones.
could understand if you're the Minister of Transportation, you have Hitler on a train, or in the first class train car, or maybe on a nice airplane.
Hitler as a train.
As the train, with like a Thomas the Tank Engine with Hitler's face on it.
Okay, I have literally found the picture in question. There you
Oh,
go.
fuck.
And now you have visuals as well.
Oh my goodness!
Put
That
that on
does
screen.
look like official Nazi propaganda.
And actually, I
Like
found
4chan took over the Reich.
World War II.
so I actually have found
Choo choo, motherfuckers.
Arch. They're called super stickers, and they're being introduced. They're being tested, and I guess your channel is allowing them.
Oh, welcome to being the test.
Did I do that?
No.
Super stickers.
So what do you guys
I-
reckon about deleting our YouTube channels and using BitChute exclusively?
I don't know, man. I kind of want these super stickers now.
Here, Arch, I'm going to send you a super
absolute
sticker.
sellout.
Yeah, I know, right? But they look cool.
yeah, let me like you could you can send a super chat or a super sticker.
Yes.
Ooh.
Ah,
There's a bunch of dog ones.
this is a good monetization feature, I guess.
Oh, they've got like hearts and fireworks and his name is Bushiba.
Look how happy this has made Rags. See?
This is amazing.
Exactly.
Not only is it a dog, it's the best
Oh,
one of
God.
them all.
That one is just a turn.
Yeah, someone just sent you a pile of shit.
And that is apparently a horny pear?
Get it?
Okay, well, I mean, this is clearly an improvement to the YouTube experience. No one does this.
Oh, you could send a big old peach.
Jesus. All right, so
Popcorn. There's shit, yeah.
you pause for a second, noticing the picture, but then you figure, okay, well, I guess that works, and keeps opening
As it
it
turns
until
out-
you see
This is the picture that
Hey,
got Hitler kicked out of art school.
a mildly rotund man with little round golden spectacles. The room is practically hazy with cigar smoke as he's currently trying to choke down on a pipe, which is puffing on quite vigorously as he hammers away at a much abused typewriter. He just briefly looks up, catches a glance of you, looks back down again, and then, as if catching himself, stops typing and then begins looking up slowly again.
SS double take. We're used to that, sir.
The old SS double take.
Smoking is bad for you.
But so
I-
are we.
So is a 48-hour work week, Sargon.
Well, you should
Or dare.
explain to him the Nazi plan for public health.
But yeah, he leans back in his chair, stops typing, and takes off his little golden spectacles.
I bet the Nazi public health plan cost less than Corbyn's.
It probably did, to be fair, because they got rid of all of the old people. We need to have them drunken out. Gaskammer.
Corbyn's very forward thinking, but he's not that forward thinking.
See, Corbyn's got both sides wrong. He's keeping the people that cost the most money and giving them more money. You can only do one or the other. See, this is what Sargon's saying about immigration. You can't have the NHS and massive immigration. Basically, what he's saying, chat, what you got to hear when he says that is you can't have disabled people and care for disabled people. You got to choose one or the other.
Yeah, Jeremy. It's a bold fucking stand, but we're behind you.
I'll take off my hat.
We will make Jeremy's economic policy solvent. If it takes 1,000 ovens, we'll make it solvent.
Oh, terrible.
It's hard to believe that in 80 years from now, people will deny the autistic cost.
He begins nervously cleaning his glasses and asks, what may I do for you, mein Herrn?
I'll take off my hat, hold that my side, ask if I can sit down. I assume there's a chair or two in front of his desk.
There is a pair of luxuriously upholstered chairs, indeed.
Excellent. I'll very subtly tell Uzulu to remain standing by the door. And I'll go down and I'll sit in the chair.
All right, Uzulu, you take
watching
that?
for monsters behind us?
No, I want him to see you still standing by the door.
All right, this is only acceptable if I.
The other one's the uptight one.
This is only acceptable if I get to be an intimidating silhouette against a dark room with a bright hallway behind me.
The lighting's bad, but sadly not quite that dramatically.
Well, it is hazy, all the smoke.
Just crack your knuckles instead, you'll be fine.
I'll do that anyway. I do it so often I can't even do it to demonstrate, because they've already all been cracked. Yes, I'll be the silent bad cop. Rags, you can be everything else.
You might be needed for an active role. Lord knows, who knows what this guy... who knows?
I'll get the knuckle duster out.
Yeah. We have no idea the extent of this person's innocence or guilt.
Incidentally, for doing this kind of thing, we probably should have... are they called knuckle dusters? What are they called? Brass knuckles, that's it. We should have some of those.
Oh, you don't have any of those, sadly.
We should endeavour to repair that. What is that priest doing to those kids, Art?
That is the question for the ages. The title of the title of the image is simply just Nazi Youth in Thomas the Tank Engine, Exhibit B. I'm currently looking for Exhibit A.
I don't see the Nazi connection, but I do see the Catholic connection.
I think they're referring to the raised right arms in the specific posture.
I don't. Yeah, I think Nazi's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah. Otherwise, Merkel's definitely a Nazi.
Yeah. Otherwise, everyone who waves to their friend is now Nazi.
Waving at people is the new alt-right dog whistle.
I actually made a video specifically unironically making that claim. I demonstrated that a waving hand has the letters W and something else on it.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
Just don't have friends.
I've basically done an onion. Like I made that, and in a couple of years it will be true. I think the real gold rush here is not saying something ridiculous that eventually becomes true. It's saying the thing that slips through the net that's so ridiculous and out of left field that no one expects it, even as a joke.
And then it becomes true.
Yeah. There was something recently in the UK, I can't remember what it was, but just something completely ridiculous. I'll have a little look for it.
There are lots of ridiculous things about this country.
I know, but this one was special. I'll have a little look for it. Hold on. No, don't let me stop you. It might take a few minutes.
Right. So what are you saying then, Rags?
As I sat down, I say, I apologize for interrupting your work. it's very clear to everyone how much time and effort that you put into making sure that, everything goes smoothly. Very, very clear that you put many, many hours into this, and be assured that people notice. People like us, we notice, even those above us. It's fairly obvious how much work that you put in, which is one of the reasons that we're coming to you now, because we might need your help. Recently, we have made some arrests. We have found that there are some here in the heart of Berlin, even close as that might seem, who are attempting to undermine the war effort of the fatherland. And we know that they've been working together, but we don't know exactly how far they have spun their web of deceit. And we are hoping that as Minister of Transportation, we can obtain documents or any information that you might have on where they've been going, if there is any information relating to state-sponsored travel, if they've been getting finances from any of the departments, just to see where they've been going. We want to know if they've been going to meet people, if they've been making routine trips to unusual locations. But you're the guy that you're the man who might have the documents that might help us catch even more people that they've been involved with. We're here to request these documents now because we feel that the more time passes between them being taken into custody and us finding the conspirators, the more time is allowed for them to escape or to change locations or to leave. And I know that we can count on you. We know how hard you work.
How committed you are to the cause.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Good spiel, though.
I think there's something to be said for saying more with less. But, I mean, at least you've been clear. I did find it, by the way. The NHS will not treat you if you're racist or sexist now.
What?
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that on...
I saw that
put the
article.
link in the D&D chat.
I can. It's from Paul Joseph Watson, but it might be true. Despite that.
Big if true, but I'll...
No, well, they have some conduct policies if you're abusive or something, but also if they just deem something you've said to be racist or sexist, they will refuse service as long as it won't kill you to refuse service, I think is how they worded it. So I guess providing comfort or providing small treatments, they will refuse if they deem you to be racist or sexist.
Okay.
And, I hate to be all slippery slope, but if it's just small treatments we're starting with, if it's the ability to speak on public platforms, the ability to do X, Y, Z, all kinds of different things, they're now being restricted to people who are wrong thinkers. Any time now, it'll be, you do not have a right to live anymore if the state doesn't like you anymore. Which, as Paul Joseph Watson said, this is in some ways worse than what China's doing with social credit system.
Yeah. At least China aren't going to just kill you.
Well, not publicly.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, that's a kind of out of left field thing that no one predicts. No one even does the Onion article about, as far as I know. That's the real gold rush to predict that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Even accidentally.
Okay, so you have requested documents to try and help you disprove general malfeasance. He ponders this for a moment as he listens to you, and responds, I could certainly help you get travel documents from the various officials, but I would have to know specifics, names, dates, places.
I will give him the names of the who we've taken in.
The 4 people so far?
I'll leave out Vita. I don't want to put out the impression that even the second in command at the Abwehr is involved in potentially treasonous activities. I don't want to undermine the authority of the Abwehr. So I'm going to Kreutz, Herring, and Sprudel. So what is Sprudel's official position?
Sprudel is a member of the Armaments Board.
Oh, okay. Strange, I didn't have that written down. So I'll give him the names of Kreutz and Sprudel, and Herring is also at the armaments factory, correct?
Herring, Lutz Herring is a member of the armaments board. Yes, not an armaments factory.
With armaments board, right? Yeah, I'll give him those three names. I'll tell him that I need information that goes back. I mean, we probably don't have to go back terribly far. This is kind of just the eve of the war. I could always come back and get more. So I'll say the last, let's say the last 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, if there is any information he knows about reported border crossings, if he's been visiting pretty much anywhere, pretty much all travel related documents.
Okay. Right. He responds by saying that he can write you out a requisition order for any travels they did with the Ministry of Transportation.
Absolutely. Anything that you can give to me would be greatly appreciated. Even if it doesn't lead us to finding out who they're with, then it narrows down the potentials for the future. Everything's helpful.
All right. Yep. He can do that.
While we are here, let's see. I'm going to be asking for now Henkel's position. He works as a researcher in rocketry. What is do you have him in a particular position? Is he fairly high up?
No, not necessarily. He is just one of several researchers involved in the General Rocketry Project, which includes everything from the V project to the Jet projects.
Oh
All
god,
right.
not the V project.
Oh no, kick V.
I thought that was cancelled.
All right, and also, I would like to ask him if he has travel documents and information regarding the travel schedules and locations of the Italian ambassador Alfieri.
Okay. He stops cleaning his glasses and puts them back on again. And he looks at the two of you and goes, "We do track the movement of all of the various ambassadors within Berlin, but they utilize their own transportation. We are not allowed to disclose that information without special permission."
I will.
From who?
In the case of these kind of cases, special permission would be somebody high up the intelligence services, the Gestapo, the Abwehr, this kind of stuff.
All right. That's I will. Let me see. I would need to come up with the way to either. He is the minister himself. I'm not going to risk attempting to lie to him or anything. So I will. I'll just nod and I'll say I understand. Yeah, I can obtain this. I could obtain this warrant, no doubt, at another time, and I'll return with it. For now, then, these four gentlemen, just all information you have within that time frame that's available could be useful to us.
Okay, yep. He begins typing out a requisition form to give you access to that information, which he hands you when he's done.
Excellent. I'll take it and I'll ask him. Have you noticed anything unusual then about the movement? I'll ask him actually. Do you have authorization to view these aforementioned ambassador travel documents?
He himself technically does have the permission to view them for himself. Yes.
All right. I'll ask if he has seen them.
He seems a little bit evasive on this particular point. Now, he shifts around a little bit in the chair.
That'll be a
and
yes, then.
says that he has not paid particular attention to them, no.
I'll nod and I'll say, I understand. After all, you're clearly a busy man. I can't expect you to have read in detail every document that passes across your desk. But should you see something that stands out as being unusual during your day-to-day, I know you do spend a lot of time here, then you know where to reach us, and anything that you can tell us would be not only appreciated, but certainly not forgotten.
You make a remarkably great villain, Rags.
I'm not a villain, though.
I know. I'm sure you're not in real life.
Oh no, not at all. But with that, I'll just turn to Uzalu as if by the door and just basically just essentially to see if he has anything to add or if he'd like to conduct any other business here at the moment.
I really appreciate you trying to be inclusive, like I'm some autistic child, but if I have anything to add, you can be quite certain I'll talk over you quite loudly.
All right, good.
Yeah, but still, this is good. Like, he's trying to include. He turns to you and goes like, "So, servant, any ideas?"
No, I really want to, make sure if I'm forgetting something, or if he has a good idea that, man, we nail it.
But be comfortable standing there.
We don't have much on this guy. We're just fishing around right now, so
pretty much
there's not much of a reason to be too tentative.
Yeah.
Offer him a hand job. If he accepts, he's a deviant.
That's a good point.
Would you like a hand job with the gloves or without? I'm done. So
yeah, if he
offer
orgasms,
him
he's
a hand
definitely
job
a deviant.
with. Offer him a hand job with Sprudel. I don't know.
Sprudel.
Who knows what he's into?
The famed Sprudel stroke.
No, the gay guy.
Well, I guess if our business is concluded for now, at least. I'll stand up. I will thank him very much and tell him that even though we admire his work ethic and it does help, I would say make sure that you don't work yourself too hard. We wouldn't want to see you too strained by the burden on your shoulders.
It'd be damn unfortunate if something were to befall you. Yes, I'm sure he gets the.
No. I said no. Like I meant that in earnest. I was like, don't overwork yourself.
Yeah, be careful you don't hurt yourself.
We need you lucid and all that stuff.
And I mean that in earnest.
Yeah, I really did. Yeah, I meant that in the most.
I think at this point there is literally no words you can use to actually convey that you are being earnest. It will always sound like a threat.
Send my best.
But you could make it worse. Just lean over the desk, grab him gently on the shoulder, and go like, relax.
Yeah,
take care of yourself.
So, I'll note. Is there a is there a picture of his wife on the desk?
No, I'm just looking. Goodwill, eh?
No. This isn't something I'm speaking out loud. I'm just looking. I just want to see.
Yeah. No, there is a picture of his wife and his children. Nice little frames on his desk.
Yeah, let's fix that.
All right. No, it's fine. I was just checking. It would be odd if there wasn't. So I was just curious to see if there was one.
You know what you were saying about Rags being a great villain? I'm starting to think it was accidental.
Well,
he was actually just trying to be nice.
Listen, there are times a good villain knows when to turn on the switch, the evil switch.
I think a villain like us doesn't have the option of turning it off.
I think so. I mean, after all, we need to know if this guy. I mean, we do assume that this guy is working. He's good, hardworking Nazi. We're on the same side here.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think the Reich was a very happy, friendly place. I think it was like, if someone has power, you must be afraid of them, or you're going to lose it.
The Reich is what we make of it, easily.
Yeah, exactly. So, everyone in it is a bastard.
After I say all that stuff, and turn to leave.
Okay. I would also just like to
Exit
interject here for a second.
office. Put my cat.
Mainstream media is finally waking up to the fact that China is implementing forced curfews on people playing video games.
Oh, really?
Hello? Oh,
I've
sorry.
literally been talking about this for fucking years, but now finally it's like, oh, yeah, it's actually happening.
I'm sorry. My computer went really, really quiet for a moment. What did you guys say in like the last 20 seconds or so?
No, I was just pointing out that now I'm seeing mainstream media articles about China implementing curfews on video games, so minors can only play so and so many hours a day.
Oh no, poor Blizzard. Oh no.
I have been talking about this for ages too, and I was like, people are waking up. Well, nice.
It also limits how much they can spend on in-game transactions. Yeah, Blizzard basically just chopped their own dick off for nothing then.
Yep, and remember too, this is law, so they're going to have to implement these curfew systems in their games.
Is
like, how long do you think?
Is this China basically saying, yeah, thanks Blizzard for sucking our dick, now here's a slap in the face? Well, you're our bitch.
The original excuse, I shit you not, was to help the eyesight of children who were being strained due to video games.
Well, there you go. What are you going to say to that?
Well, I'm not trying to suggest that China is doing it because of Blizzard. I think they have rather bigger goals than that. But they're probably doing it because they view it as degenerate American culture.
China to Blizzard. To you, this was your entire world. To me, it was a Tuesday. Okay.
Disgusting. Right, so you leave the office. The nervous guard reattaches the little clippy thing on top of his pistol, whatever the fuck that's called.
I wonder which is higher, the number of people actively playing Overwatch at any given time, or the number of people actively being killed by the Chinese government at any given time?
That is a fucking good question.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, ask that at BlizzCon. So, like, the number of people playing Diablo, or the number of people being murdered by the Chinese government. Seriously, fucking, that's a great one. So fucking spicy.
Hate to be on the panel when that one's asked.
Yeah, and the thing is, the guy with the questions is going to be like, well, next question, please.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's Diablo. So.
Yeah, that is basically how the guy with the microphone handled every time it came up. He just said, okay, next question, and that's it.
That's the only way you can handle it, but then people actually get to say what you're not supposed to say.
Mm-hmm.
So, checkmate, Blizzard.
I will give I'll give a nod to the guard as I leave. And same to the secretary as we head out the way.
Everything we see happen to the AAA game dev scene in the next few years is basically going to be the result of them and their media buddies telling Gamergate to fuck off.
And I have no fucking sympathy.
Yeah. I only really play indie games these days, and I have no regrets.
Yeah. I don't play any of these big budget games anymore.
Yeah, for me, it's like it's mostly indie and Nintendo, and that's it. So yeah. Same thing.
Japanese poor.
Nintendo has been doing quite well recently, thank you.
Well, did they tell China to get bent?
Japan
not
and
strictly,
China haven't historically been very friendly.
Yeah, they don't really care.
Japanese.
Yeah, they don't really care about China one way or another. They're just doing whatever they want.
Yeah. They have strong feelings about the Chinese.
Well, the Japanese do, but Nintendo is just, they're very neutral. It's like, oh, we can't accept China. Oh. Yep. Unironically, yes, at this point.
Excellent. Yeah, Dev, you've got to stop playing kiddie games and play a real man's game like Minecraft or Spyro.
I'm going to put a sponsored by a Nintendo tag somewhere on my streams.
As long as Nintendo isn't cucking to China, they'll sponsor him.
Nintendo, I know that's pro Hong Kong.
I know that like a lot of, especially on the Sony side of things, for the three big console guys, Microsoft and Sony are censoring a lot, and Nintendo's not doing any censorship to games. They're like, whatever, just publish it, we don't care. So good on them.
Wow, isn't that weird? You focus on the games and people actually like you.
and not to be hated by your audience.
Gadzooks.
Microsoft
Right.
spent a decade trying to make a TV platform with games as a secondary option, and no one fucking liked it. Meanwhile, Nintendo's over here just churning out kids' games. Everyone loves them. Then again, isn't Death Stranding? Oh no, that's not Nintendo, is it? It's just Japanese. I
that's
confused the two.
Well, it's Kojima's company, and even then, he talks about Trump and Brexit.
Yeah,
so
I was going
whatever.
to say it's political and not in a good way. Also, it looks like it's going to be like all super hyped garbage.
That is Kojima. That is Kojima. Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of the
All of
MGS
his
games
games
are
are
really
that.
good.
Not really.
Okay.
I am not a fan of Metal Gear Solid.
All right.
I can see why people like it though. And I do like that he predicted social media back in the year 2002, but nonetheless.
What I will say is Metal Gear Solid Survive is not among the games I would count as good.
Yeah, that was
Okay, so you are done intimidating people in the Ministry of Transportation, at the very least for the moment. Would you like to roam the halls like a pair of creepy ghosts, or go home? Or
Not quite yet. I will find a just a. I assume there's a couple benches in the hallway or something like that, and say, Uzla, maybe we should, because time. We only have. This is the final, or is tomorrow the final day?
This is the final day.
Okay.
Night.
We've only got 4 people to look through, and these are travel records. Maybe in the last 5 days to just the last week, we could go over them and see if there's anything in particular right here. Because if there is, then maybe that'll give us, a name or a location right now. Would that be okay? Could we just check out the very recent travel records on the 3 names?
Well, you could go down and get the travel records handed over to you now.
Yeah. It's all right. I gotcha. I forgot. Yeah, we need to go get their records then.
Yeah, like you are handed like a couple of cardboard boxes worth of document. It's a fair bit.
All right. So, how much are we talking here? Like a box? Basically, just documents, like a shoebox, or a.
Yes, the members of the armament board in particular have traveled quite a lot.
All
So
right.
it might take a while to really go through this.
Well, the rest of the night, it seems.
Well, that depends on how exact we want to be. Could we do a could we just go to these 3 names? Well, actually, let's take these 3 names and just the records for the last 5 days. Could we skim over those and check and see if there's anything that pops up in particular? If there's anything suspicious?
There are no records for the last 5 days. They don't seem to have traveled in the last week.
All right. Then the week before that.
The latest travels were a couple of weeks ago. Those were trips down to the various factories producing in regards to the armaments board contracts issued. That's the one you already have proof for being a conspiracy.
All right. I wish there was a way to get the Alfieri the documents, but I just don't think that we actually don't have clearance for that. At least not yet. But he does have them. Tell you what, is there a way for us to? What is the format of the requisition note that he gave?
It is a. Let's describe it. It's one of those official-looking documents, kind of like your W-8 tax returns,
So it's typed.
Yes, like ass tons of different boxes and stuff, and only a few of those are actually filled out. With Sphincter's name, his rank, his serial number, the authorization for the documents, which is then also written on by the lady who gave them to you. Boxes, so and so and so.
All right. So the location of where the records are actually kept, is that like That's in the basement or sublevel or okay.
There's a huge basement where they keep just tons of these things.
Who was working at the office? Who was working at the front desk of the requisition storage, of the document storage?
Once again, a lovely little Wymansus, because as far as Nazi Germany is concerned, these are the only jobs that Wymansus can do.
Well, whatever you do it well.
And nobody makes any kind of comment. Carry on.
I don't say a comment.
Is she the only one down there?
Seems about right.
She seems to be, yes, but it's a very large underground area, so you can't be sure.
All right. So, Uzulu, what I was thinking, we go down there and we tell the person who's in charge of fetching the documents. It was very, very hush-hush, very secretive, very shish. We go to her and we say, all right, listen, you know who we are, and if you know who we are, then you know that we know who you are. So your boss upstairs, this guy, right, Phil? We have we have information that he might be involved in some very unsavory activities, right?
Secret fascist communist
Information that may lead to the arrest of Sphincter.
Indeed. But you see, here's the thing. We can't go to him and talk to him directly, and we can't give away our suspicion. So obviously we can't go to him and ask him to give us forms about himself, information about himself, or else that will essentially blow our investigation. So we need you to get these documents from us and ensure that he doesn't learn about them and that you don't say anything to him that we've taken a look at these documents before we return them to you.
Rags?
I have a feeling that
That's
she's
actually
going to...
a brilliant idea.
I don't think so at all.
Go on.
She's a woman in the workplace. She's going to gossip with everyone else.
Oh, God, Dev. You sexist little...
Well,
I thought you were going to have a legit objection then.
That is kind of a legit objection.
Dev breaks out of his moralizing shell for a bit of sexual realism.
I have worked with so many women. You do not understand.
Dev is woke on the whamming question.
So many women who literally think that you're the SS.
All right, so here's the thing, Dev. I don't even think that's a bad thing. Aside from Rag's idea being actually a pretty woke idea, I think her gossiping might actually be a good thing, because if he is doing something dodgy, then that'll smoke him out.
That'll cause him to leave town immediately.
Well, yeah, but that looks
If
fucking
he
suspicious,
knows-
and then we can
So what you're
search his
saying is
office with
there will be a
impunity.
vacancy in the hierarchy.
That's true.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that could be true.
Well, we
If
could
he
step
really
into
is,
this.
if he's innocent and he just hears gossip or rumors that the SS are investigating him, and he thinks that the SS, he'll probably think that here's the thing. He will think that they are misconstruing the fact that we are noticing is very hard labor, which I told him. He will think they're misconstruing that as he's under investigation. He's like, no. They're watching me and I know it. And that's amazing because they know the hard work that I'm putting in. And I'm due for some big names taking notice, just like those guys said when they came into my office.
Yeah.
Told it to my face.
That's a
I
really
think-
great idea. And to be fair, you don't have to if he's all right, you could promote him or help him get promoted.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think this
Why
is
wouldn't
either going to create confusion in our opponents or a positive outcome for our opponents if they're guilty. So actually, I think that is a good idea. However, here's another suggestion, Rags. Instead of going the route of for the Reich do this thing for us, you could just earnestly compliment her husband. And then she'll be so intimidated that she'll do what you want anyway.
Your wife gives great head, man. I'm really impressed.
No, I mean, tell her she has a lovely husband, and you'll be saying it in such a way that she'll be so intimidated that she'll do whatever you want. No, but go ahead with your idea. That's good.
I do have a
make
feeling
sure to couch it in loads of flowery nationalistic language.
I do have a feeling that maybe just straight up intimidating her would work. Just use your rank kind of thing.
I'm going to on that side, but with the ability to sense the beast as because remember, we are vampires. Dun, dun. Even I forget that. I do have an ability to sort of sense people's hostility level and something of that nature. So if she does have an aversion, like an emotional kind of counter to anything I'm saying, then if that happens, then I'll know to step it up to the next level to be very clear with her. But until
you can just ghoul her, just bring her a drink with a drop of your blood in it, and then just she'll definitely get out of the way then.
That's actually not a terrible idea. It could just be as simple as I walk in, offer her a drink, sit down with her. But I don't know, what would she be drinking? Would it just be...
Okay, so if this was male, I would say all the nationalism you can muster. But since it's a female, right, we have a unique opportunity here. Now, I know this isn't your field, so let me try and help you out here. What are your stats like? What's your charisma like?
My charisma is 1. My manipulation is 2. My persuasion is also a 2.
I've got charisma of 3, manipulation. Where is it? Sorry. Oh, that's one of those stats. Charisma 3, manipulation 2, persuasion 2. I tell you what, Arch, could I do a performance charisma roll to charm her into doing what we want? Oh, sorry, to charm her into drinking the blood, and then that'll make her much more likely to do what we want.
Why performance?
Because I have good performance. Also, because I'm faking it.
Right.
What do you think that hitting on chicks
it does
is
make sense, because I'll be faking romantic attraction. I mean, look, what woman wouldn't go after Jordan Peterson?
Well, SS Jordan Peterson especially.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I would also just like to
this
point
Nazi
out
Peterson, but
Yeah.
that you actually have dominate.
yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, you mean in the game, right? Yeah, I have.
Which includes
Compel.
clout memory and compel.
That's true. I could just say drink.
Drink. Yeah, just drink it, and then yeah.
And she might be into
Okay.
that sort of thing anyway.
Also, ghouling someone will come with side effects both for them and you.
What kind of side effects?
Ooh, that sounds
She's
exciting.
now going to be addicted to your blood and had developed strong feelings for you, which could very well be bad.
Well, wait, surely not after the first.
Yes,
a woman
I
going
right?
crazy over a man being bad for him. How could that be the case, Arch?
Well, like how long does it wear off? Does it?
A month or 2?
We're
I
going
thought it
to
was a
have
week.
survived Russian tank crews, the entire Russian army, fucking investigating Nazis, and we all survive all that, and then we're going to be killed by one stalker.
Yeah, this woman who's addicted.
Hey, my blood.
Great.
All right. So I would like to avoid that if possible. If it is
Hold on,
possible
Rex, hold
for
on.
us-
Rex,
It's a good idea, Rex.
I know. My contention
Rex,
here. Yeah.
having a mole in this department would be a great thing to keep her around.
Oh yeah, she's the secretary for the records. Absolutely. Here's the thing. That is good. That is true. However, is she competent enough to actually do it without getting caught?
I'm sorry, I don't have detect IQ yet.
Well, I
And
mean,
that's not a woman. That's not a woman thing. That's just is this normal person competent enough to be, guileful and sneaky? And
Let me tell you
Well,
something
we
about the bell curve.
only need to ask the woman, though. We didn't ask any of the men.
So, because I wouldn't want to put her in a situation where she'd get trouble because of what we made her do.
Yeah, but only if we need her.
God, are we moralistic Nazi vampires?
Yes, we are moralistic Nazis.
No, I disavow.
Vampires.
As I'm saying, only if we need her.
I disavow.
Look,
I
if
think
she's
it-
guilty, if someone's guilty, that's one thing. But if they're a good, lovely Nazi lady, then I don't
So
want to
we've
get.
got to go and investigate her life and find out if she's a total bitch.
No. I just voicing my concern. If we. I just voicing my concern. I'm fine with the idea, but I just want that caveat to be understood and
Right.
known.
Consider this. We are better Nazis than she is.
That is true.
And our goals are more
I like
important.
to think that I'm a rather good Nazi. Clip it. Fuck it. I don't care. What are you gonna do? Ban me from Twitter?
Focus, right. We're literally role-playing right now. Get back in the
Literally
game.
role-playing.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Clip it until you said it.
So
I'm remarkably surprised that there hasn't been more clipping from this.
Yeah, me too. I might go and do it myself and have you guys have an entire conversation where you declare your love for Hitler.
Just put it together and send it to all the mainstream media outlets in the same letter that you announce your campaign against Jess or someone.
Yes. Send it to Jared Holt.
I actually don't know if you said that publicly yet. I stopped myself halfway through.
No, I'm not doing anything. It's too much hassle.
All right.
It's gonna be nice to be able to stay home, but it's always funny to think about doing this.
Okay, right. So, V, what is your idea about this?
V?
Yes, because he's outing Sargon.
Who? Me?
Usually.
Oh, here's a way.
Oh, okay.
Because you actually do have Dominate, which gives you both Cloud Memory and Compel, which seems to give you the options to do what the ghouling thing would, but with considerably less consequences.
Also, if we fuck up, we could Cloud Memory and either try it again or,
All right, so I can do this is pretty complex, but if we do all these steps, it's much more likely to work. So if I do Compel, tell her to drink, she drinks a thing with blood in it, and I use hopefully performance and charisma, which I do think makes sense, to pretend to be like all seductive and stuff.
That makes sense.
That basically locks it down that she is going to be on side, and then I cloud her memory that I made her drink, so that if she gets addicted, she won't know what she's addicted to. Then we, I or Rags give her the spiel about going to get the stuff, which is a good way of putting it. I like that idea. Then she goes and gets it. We're golden, and everything's fine.
The bond between a ghoul and a vampire is supernatural, so I would not be entirely sure if merely just getting her to forget would be quite good enough.
Okay, but it means you've got a ghoul. That's great.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm still not sure how
we can take her with us.
Why did you?
If we need her for something.
No, here's what you can do. You can just come back the next day and give her more blood, and then as soon as she's completely on side, just have her stay in her position and feed us information.
Yeah.
Are there gonna be like any adverse effects to her health and her personal life? And because I don't want to ruin her life.
What does it matter?
But what I'm thinking is, if she's a mole, this is a
loyal Nazi.
If she's a mole and she's manic because she's addicted to something that she can't get, especially if she doesn't know what she's addicted to, she might lose her job. Then she's worthless to us.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, I know I will moral fag here a little bit. I don't want to do this to an innocent person.
Okay, so we waffled on this in circles a bit, so I'm going to enforce the good old 5-minute rule. So, come to a conclusion on what your actions will be in the next 5 minutes.
All right, so important question. Chat points out. Don't forget, ghouling takes several attempts over 3 to 4 days. Can we do anything with a single glass of blood, or a single glass containing blood?
Yes, it will cause her to develop strong feelings for the person who gave it to her, but those strong feelings will be random.
Oh, it could be obsession, it could be hatred, revulsion, distrust, lust. It could be anything of those, and I don't know if that's a wheel that we should spin.
Okay, here's an alternate idea. Okay. Do we know what the office down there looks like yet, or what the story is, Arch?
Yes, it's large. The kind of vaulted rooms holding up the stories above. It's a cellar-like structure. It's huge. Like you see, just racks upon racks upon racks of boxes and filing cabinets stretching down into the darkness. Basically, she is at a desk which has one of those wire mesh things, so you can't, just grab her and going, yeah, give me your things. There's also a locked door next to it.
What you could do, Uzulu, is just command her to open the door, go through, and then on your way out, cloud her memory so it seems like no one has gone through, and then slink around back there, get what you need, and then do the same thing to get out.
Yeah, I don't think I can do it that many times.
Is there a limit on cloud memory?
That would be 4 times, and
they're cost free. I think I still need to do the hunger rolls.
Yeah,
Would I? Is that how it works?
Yeah. Let me see. But that's what you could do. Have her open the door, cloud her memory.
Required against an unprepared mortal victim.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I could give her a spiel like similar to what Rags was suggesting. Then at the end, say open, making it clear that I'm referencing the door, and it'll look to everyone else who's observing like it's all above board, but my eyes will glow for that one word, and then it will be slightly below board. Then I'll get through the door, and I'll say, these aren't the droids you're looking for. She'll return to her work, and I can go snoop around. That could work. Mm-hmm. See, I do like Rag's idea, but maybe that's not a lot better.
Key. Yeah, execution's key.
Yep. And then when you come back around, she'll be startled because it's like, oh, I didn't know anyone was in there. Then you can just have her open the door and
I'll just insult her terrible memory and then get her to let me back through.
Did you forget I was down there? You let me in just a moment ago.
Pay attention, woman.
It was like maybe you. I was like, I know it's late at night, but maybe you should take a vacation.
Maybe with a very long vacation.
A very long vacation with me.
Is she in any way attractive?
Decently so, yes. Her name tag reads Helga, which doesn't sound particularly attractive, but this is Nazi Germany, so you know.
That's true.
It's fucking Valkyric name.
You know, she's, what was that? All women think all men are below average, so I'd say she's probably a 4.
Would a Frau by any other name be so sweet? Whatever the wording is. Right, I'll do that then. If no rolls are required, I'll consider it acceptable for me to just say, yeah, I'm doing that. Compelling her to... I'm telling her that basically what Rags was saying about we need to investigate some records, but it may... I can't remember the word I'm looking for.
Go through the whole... we can't let him know because it would blow our cover and that he's being investigated and it is of the utmost importance that you don't, let him know that it has to stay, on the down low, essentially, all that stuff that I mentioned, yeah.
We are here on direct orders from SS Intelligence, and your assistance will not only be required, but duly remembered.
Now open.
And then just open. And the eyes are going to red, and...
Right, so you are in agreement?
Before I do the compel, I'm just going to see what she says to answer. She might just let me through.
That's a good point.
Okay, 38 seconds to spare.
We did it, lads.
Right, so you go down there, you request the documents, they're handed over to you. You check them out first, just, for the last few weeks and stuff. There's rooms for investigating this kind of stuff there and little tables and stuff. You realize there's nothing particularly interesting in the first few weeks, so you go out again. So Uzuli, you're taking the lead on this one. Helga's behind her little chicken mesh. She looks up at you, smiles. Yeah, Herr Officer, can I help you with anything else?
Shall I say it again, or will you consider the spiel I just gave to be what I'm saying now?
Yes, now we'll act it out. RP.
Okay.
I don't know how many times we have to.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember what beautiful is in German, but I can't remember what it is. Schmutterflie is butterfly, I think.
You've got Google.
Something like that. Yeah, but I also have
Sean. Sean.
Yeah, Sean. Also, I don't need to say it in German because never mind.
Schön.
I'm not going to go with the beautiful angle because I want it to be formal. The plan of seducing her is a different approach, I think. So I say, hello, Helga. Keep this to yourself. We are here on a mission of utmost importance from the SS Central Intelligence Agency, which may protect the Reich in ways beyond. How do I put it?
What are you trying to say?
Yeah, I'm just
this is why I make you act it out.
Well, I already said it once.
Now you're nervous and stuttering in front of her. How is this possible?
I already said it once. I don't know, I'm just trying to get it exactly right, but maybe I shouldn't bother getting it exactly right.
That's the thing about talking with women, man. Don't be too concerned about getting it perfectly right the first time.
Just do it.
Can't be afraid of failure.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Look, if there's any other situation, I'd roll your scepter on the arse and it would be fine. It would be done. But
What are you waiting for?
well, there's a metal mesh in the way. I can try and slap her through. That it might be.
I love the way you just say that as if it's self-evident. Duh.
Yeah, otherwise I would have done it by now.
Yeah.
But no.
Okay, yeah. Well, just say
we
what
want
you're
a
going to
mission of
say.
utmost importance from SS Intelligence, and we are here, regrettably, investigating. What was his name?
Phil.
Sir Phil. Yeah, investigating Herr Phil.
Phil.
And you must keep this to yourself, but we need to have a closer look at some of the records. You will be doing a great service to the Reich, and you will not only be remembered for this service, but friends of the Reich are regularly rewarded. Schön.
Okay.
Schön.
She looks thoroughly confused. It's like, well, meine Herren, if you have the correct document, I will find any reference material you need.
I love it. Typical German. Well, I don't know, but you've got the documents, so I may as well do it. Sorry, Karen.
I suppose we could just ask for... Sorry, I need to clarify what you just said, Arch. Did you say you have the correct documents, so I'll find you anything you need? Or if you have the correct documents, I'll find you anything you need?
Yeah, you need to actually produce the requisition documents like you did previously.
Right.
Did you fail your roll?
I didn't get a chance
Well,
to roll.
he hasn't really done anything that requires a roll. He's just said that, I need information. And she's here to give you information. She just assumes you have papers also. And not just
right,
like
now-
asking her.
Now go into the part about him being investigated and all that stuff. Why you can't get a requisition form from him? You have to go directly to her. But that's the part that you now need to.
I have a feeling she
elaborate,
probably
yeah.
should have figured that out for herself.
Well, she may just be doing her job, and that's what she's so used to asking.
Well, on the bright side, I think we have now successfully finished the IQ test. Okay, so I'll say I'll lean in
Well,
closer.
she by default, you don't want to break protocol in front of the SS, so she's probably doing what she should do.
Yeah, but the SS is telling her to. Well, I guess
He's a
we're
smart
about
lad.
to. So I'll just lean in closer and say, regrettably, the requisition orders in this case would be coming from the person that we're investigating. You understand the problem here, love. So what I need for you to do is to let me into the records room.
Okay. Inches slowly towards the rape alarm.
Look, that is just the power of my machismo, even through a metal mesh.
Yeah, at first she thought that lever was silly, but now she's like, oh, thank God they installed it.
Let me into your records room, baby.
Right. So she looks confused and slightly worried at this point because you basically told her you were investigating her boss, but you're like, okay. She asks you again, like, I understand, mein Herrn, but surely you must have authorization from somebody above Herr Phil.
Have you seen my uniform?
I am
But
above.
he is a minister of the Reich. Even the SS aren't quite that fucking special.
I probably... that probably would have been information I should have...
Now, you could try to just flat out intimidate her into doing this.
Is she the only... Is it like a bank where there's several people working there who might notice?
Just tell
she is the only
tell
one
her
you can
that
see
you're
so
that
far.
person.
So sorry, Rag, say again?
Maybe if you can't, if you before you actually intimidate her, there's a way to legitimately tell her that you are that person. Like, do you understand my position? my rank within the SS.
No, I
Because
think,
I'm
I
not
think
sure.
she knows what's going on, man. I think she's going to actually need some sort of...
I don't think she knows what's going on. I think she's just too rigorous.
Hierarchical, yeah. Like, she's... Like, this guy's an important guy. Of course, she's very strict at her job.
Of course, it's like, do you think we just strolled in here because we wanted to?
Yeah.
You don't think that we're on orders, and do you not think that we're going to report everything to our superiors? What happens here?
Well, strictly speaking, you're not necessarily on orders. That's the thing.
Oh, we are. We're enacting orders. We're out. We're enacting out orders.
Look, our orders
We're
are pretty
investigating.
broad.
Our orders are very broad, which gives us an immense amount of leeway to tell the truth.
That's
Makes
a
a matter of
good point.
interpretation. Yes, but you know, if you
If
want
I
to,
believe it to be true, it's not lying.
if you want to convince her to, you know, hand over the documents without some form of documentation, you are going to have to intimidate her with all of the potential consequences that has. Because she's obviously out for covering her ass as well. She doesn't want to piss off anyone powerful. And so she's currently essentially trying to figure out where everybody fits on the hierarchy of, well, who can butt fuck her life the hardest.
Yeah, certainly not unreasonable.
Yes, within 2 sentences, her life has gone from just ordinary desk job
From very
to a
easy
mad
to very
dash
complicated.
between a rock and a hard place.
Yes.
Although I have to say, if you're the secretary of a Nazi party official, how simple is your life really?
That's true.
You know, you don't just get that job by accident.
Well,
yeah,
she's not
she's
his secretary. She is just the one in the records room. But you don't want to cross any minister in Nazi Germany, you know?
Yeah, why
Okay,
would
so
you?
I'm thinking we don't. At least we start with the approach of just asking her if she's. I don't know. Would she have seen anything that could be irregular? Would she be able to tell us anything? I don't know if she's just the curator or the administrator. She might not have. She's not going to have read everything that's in there.
No, she will absolutely not have read anything.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you that.
Never mind then. Well, Rags, I think your plan was great. Unfortunately, we didn't account for the level of authority that we were fighting against.
We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
No, I'm sure there's something
We're
else
not
we can
done
try.
yet.
I mean, I can
So-
just try using Dominate, but that comes with some risks.
What? So have you used any of your powers yet? No clouding, no dominating,
No.
nothing like that.
No.
Okay. All right. I have 2 manipulation and 2 persuasion, and it's let me see. Let me can probably think of a way to structure my my if I want to say anything to her that might assist in convincing her. So what exactly is your plan now? You haven't tried to intimidate her yet, have you?
No, I think that might be a bad
Okay,
idea.
good.
I think
Yeah.
if we're going to try to manipulate her into doing it, we should do it in such a way that we can still be invisible doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we do need to essentially, if it does go bad, if it does go wrong, then we can cloud her memory and see if there's a way for us to get these documents tonight. Maybe a stretch, not sure. Depending though, maybe. I don't know how late it is into the night. So short of intimidating her, what is your plan? Is there anything else that you can do?
I'm trying to think of a way to convince her that we do have the right papers, but then I suppose that's why papers exist, rather difficult to forge.
Yeah, papers are one of those things that
Can't you
can be
Jedi
tracked
mind trick her?
Well,
Yeah,
I can
tell
I
her-
can tell her, I can cloud memory and say, and then when she comes back from the memory being clouded, I can say, "Come on, girl, hurry up! I showed you the papers already. Let me in." But
Yeah, you've approved
then she'll probably just ask to see them again.
In which case, that would be a bluff, probably.
Yes.
All
What an
right.
unreasonable bitch. Asking to see the papers again.
Let me see. We didn't go with the drinking blood route, which is fine with me. But what I'll do is, upon seeing the fact that she still needs, she still is requesting paperwork, I'll approach and I'll sit down, and And what I'll say
bad
to her,
guy mode. Jesus, I know.
no,
Don't hurt her, Rags.
no, sitting down. The fact that you associate sitting down with bad people is strange to me, but all right. I'll sit down on the front of the desk in front of her next to Uzulu.
It's
And
the
I'll
tone
say-
of voice I associate.
Well, yes, I guess this is my line voice. You got that's my tell, I suppose. If I ever talk to you like this, it means I want something from you. But I will tell her manipulation, persuasion. So I'll tell her that I understand that a lovely young woman like yourself didn't obtain this prestigious position. Well, no, let me phrase that. You didn't get this position, though not a necessarily prestigious one, an extremely important one that this ministry could not operate without. You didn't get this important position, this vital position, if we didn't believe that you did follow the rules, that you didn't go by the books, and that you didn't ask the things you're asking of us now. And I can admire that. In fact, we would probably be upset if you didn't. This is what we expect of all those who work for the Third Reich and all those who keep the fatherland's best interest at heart. There are spies and there are saboteurs in these dark times, and we rely on people like you to keep them at bay as best you can. This situation, though, is one probably unlike one that you've encountered before. Indeed, even to us, it's not something that happens often, which is why it's of the utmost importance. We cannot produce these papers now because these papers are concerning a minister. And ministers have authority to look at many, many things that we cannot potentially hide from him if he's under investigation. And I need you to understand that in your position, and I know you understand, you're not stupid, and you've shown that now. There are scenarios in which papers create trails, and trails can ruin cover. And cover means that evil people get to go free. Can I count on you to do what is right? Can I count on you to sidestep rules if the situation is dire enough to demand it, to allow us to look at these documents to make sure that justice is done?
Okay. That is probably gonna have to be a roll.
Oh yeah, I'm counting on it. At least I expect it.
All right. Manipulation plus persuasion, probably.
Yes, exactly what I was going for. Very good. So let's give this a roll. And I'm trying to think, is there anything that I could do to give me a modifier here? Anything that I can... we didn't give her the blood, so there's not that. With the fact that there's... Is the fact that there's... Oh, wait, that's actually not a bad idea, because in my... I do have a merit of being beautiful and stunning.
That is true. Yeah, that I do believe actually gives you another dice in.
And I have 2 points in beautiful.
Is this whilst a walrus or not a walrus?
Oh,
This is
both.
presumably whilst there's a walrus primarily.
Both.
But
Absolutely both.
There's a piece of the walrus in the man as well.
So let me actually see, because I have to beautiful. Let me double check the rules here. Beautiful. Do then pop up that many times. Let's still scroll here. Craft beautiful advantages. Sorry, I had no idea that this would pop up. Beautiful. You add 1 extra die to all appropriate social dice pools. Stunning. You add 2 extra dice to all appropriate social dice pools. Excellent. I'm glad I did it. Art imitates life, I suppose. So let's do that. 2 and 2. Persuasion 2. Persuasion with manipulation. And then that's you add 2 extra dice to all appropriate social dice pools. So that would be on the manipulation. So yeah. All
Not
right.
bad.
All right.
Okay. 4. Okay, let's see. She's she's interested, certainly, but she is a bit hesitant.
Then, in that case, I will expend a temporary willpower in order to re-roll the 2 dice. The number 2 dice that rolled.
The 2 and the 4, I presume.
Yeah, let's do them both. I'll give them both a re-roll. Yeah, I'll give them both a re-roll.
Why would you not?
Yeah. Because that's a really helpful thing. That's an excellent roll. I actually like that. I think it's nifty. Keeps the errant bad dice rolls kind of at bay. So let me roll 2d10. We'll factor that in. I click it. Why is it not bringing up the normal thing?
You can do it by typing in the command if you prefer that.
A d10. So I guess this would roll 2d10. That gives me 1 more success than I didn't have.
Yep, that is
That's
another
5
degree of success. All right, yes. Okay, she's looking quite nervous. You know, she's looking about to see if there's anybody else possibly in the room who could have overheard this. You know, looking around, she can't see anyone. She sizes the 2 of you up as if she's, you know, kind of deer in the headlights a little bit. Like, is this a trap? You know,
Understandable.
This might be a good time for me to do the compel open command.
Well, no.
There's a time to strike when the iron's hot, but maybe, we don't know exactly what she's going to do.
Yeah, and after that, she leans in very conspiratoriously and looks up at the clock so that she's kind of, you know, pointing you to it as well, and says that she is on a lunch break for half an hour in a few minutes, and sometimes she forgets to lock the door because she's a little bit of a ditz.
I'll nod an understanding.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes she also makes notes of important documents that she's supposed to look up for people. So maybe if you had a request, she could write down the location of those packages before she left for her break.
Now that we've gone all this way, I find myself thinking that if someone knew that there was incriminating documents on him in a vault that he controlled, would he allow them to remain in that vault?
Well, if you want to hide a tree, you put it in a forest. There's a lot of documents down there.
Yeah, but if you want to hide a tree, you could just burn it.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Burn the whole forest.
I feel like with all the documentation that's around and out there and all this stuff, and besides, if it did burn, then he'd be the one who you would take the fall for it.
You know what, Regs? This is actually an opportunity to get documents on everyone on the list.
It is. That's true.
That's true.
Not just this guy, but everyone. Even the guys that like Sargon and I have gone after, the other guys that you've gone after. Just give her the list of names.
Absolutely. I will make a very small. I will take the sheet that she has ready and the pencil, and I will write a few names on that sheet. I'll turn it around, and with my fingers, I'll slide it back towards her very casually, face down.
Okay. Right, yep. She receives it, and she goes off to her ledgers, and 5 minutes later, she unlocks the door, and she leaves. You do not hear the click of a key as she goes out for her dinner. Or whatever the fuck she's eating.
God, typical ditzy woman's left the door unlocked. Wait.
Wait, indeed.
We'll watch her go, take a note of the clock, and I believe we have some documents to acquire. No doubt to return to her at a later date, but that's not something that will be too much of an issue at all.
Prepare for the best investigation roll of your entire campaign.
So I think that because we know exactly what we're looking for and where it is, that will certainly help us out a great deal. It's not like we have to start super filing and Dewey decimaling this business. So I've got an investigation of 3, a wits of 3.
Maybe you should do the searching because I've got an investigation of 0.
Well,
I mean,
you
we'll both
can't
do it,
hurt.
but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't hurt even if you don't find anything. You can't do any damage, so it's still worth rolling.
It's not a wits of 3 then, so it's good.
Critical fail. Uzulu finds it and then loses it, and you can't
Oh no, he's Uza losing it. Oh no.
Well, that is at least a new modification of my name.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised that no one's called me Juzulu or Uzaju during this campaign.
Yeah, I was about to say we're hunting on Uzajus, but all right. So the Uza crew is here to do some investigation. Let's do our rolls, I suppose. I'm going to do, so I got 3 investigation, 3 wits.
Positive modifier for knowing exactly what you're going for?
Yeah, I'm hoping so, because we have the names and the location. She's brought us back the files exactly where they are. So it honestly should just be a matter of us just going there and picking them up and taking them. Like a library book, essentially. Just go to the row and to the card number, the library number.
Are you going to do your investigation there, or are you going to bring the boxes with you?
We could investigate until about 20-25 minutes have passed and then take them with us if we haven't found anything we need. But actually, even if we do, would we want to keep the book to verify it? We
could take some amount of documents with us. Anything that's particularly incriminating, we could take those for ourselves. We could make a copy, and we could always bring the originals back to her at a later date, because she, of course, will want to, she's in for a penny and for a pound. So let's do the roll here. While for investigating during the time, and depending on what we find, we may not need to go any further. So let's do that. Let me do an investigation wits. Do investigation wits. What is our modifier for this search?
Well, you've already found the boxes, of course. Now you're just looking through them to see if you can find anything in particular that's interesting. So I'd say that's just a flat-up roll of investigation and intelligence.
All right.
I did investigation wits, because Rag said that was what we wanted to do.
Oh, is it investigation what now?
It'll probably be intelligence in this case, because you're not trying to improvise or do anything witty here. You're just double-checking dates and figures and shit.
It's actually the same roll for me either way. I have the same.
It's 1 less for me, but it's not bad. It's a 3 and a 2, so
1.
Still not bad. It's a 5 dice roll.
I might be tempted to re-roll that.
Yeah, let's see.
Just to re-roll the 1 dice there.
Another blood red number.
Yeah. Should we both give it a quick re-roll there, Rags?
Yeah, let's both re-roll our 1s. Let's
knock those willpowers off your sheets. Gonna be using them.
I did it.
All right.
Does that become a / instead of a clean box
it's
there?
temporary willpower. Yeah.
Okay, yes, you just click it once.
Can I then click the willpower re-roll button? Does that work? Let's see. What does it do?
No. Try it.
It just allows me to choose how many dice to re-roll. I only didn't want to do 1, because the other 2 were successful.
Yeah, that looks like it works.
It's better. It's a 3 rather than a crit fail, so that's an improvement.
Yep.
All right, I'm just going to click a D10. So,
would you like to just re-roll 1 dice? You can re-roll up to 3. Rags.exe stopped working.
All right.
I say what?
Neither of us crit failed, at least.
Okay. Yeah, just the 1. So 2 degrees of success each with no crit fails. Not bad. Especially
what logical reason would you possibly have to just re-roll the 1?
Yeah.
Well, because I might need to, because we ain't done yet, and I have 5 willpower total, and I've got 2 left. It still costs
you a willpower, and you get 3 re-rolls for 1 willpower point.
Oh, fuck, I had no idea. I thought it was 1 for 1.
You can choose to re-roll any 3 dice.
Oh, fuck, then let me give, oh, shit, I had no idea. So, yeah, so that brings me, that means I've only 1 temp instead of the 3. Okay. Yeah, let's absolutely do that. I'm gonna re-roll the so fives count as non-success.
Yes.
Okay.
Success.
So yeah, then I'll do the 3 then. Let's knock off the willpower.
All right, so that is
2 additional degrees.
2, 3, 4 degrees of success for Rags and 2 degrees of success for Ursula.
Can I do 3 rolls and choose the best one?
I'm going to say no because reasons.
Well, let's
All
see.
right.
Would that give an unfair? So if you wanted to,
Yeah, I'd
roll
probably
one-
say you'd have to re-roll any 3 dice from a result rather than just rolling 3 dice
3 dice to
consecutively.
replace 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you'd
All right.
actually have to select dice you already have rolled. I think makes the most sense.
Okay.
Okay, let us see here. Rags is semi-morphing into a walrus for the improved sense of reading. Discovers a strange little oddity right off the bat.
Oh, strange oddity.
Yeah, strange oddity indeed. Cincta Phil has had several visits to the Italian embassy, which has coincided with said ambassador taking trips out of Germany and back to Rome. This has happened on as many as 17 different occasions over the last 2 years.
Shit. That's a lot of trips to Rome.
He's a papist.
Several visits to the embassy that coincide with trips that Alfieri makes out of Germany back to Rome.
Yes.
Interesting. And so that's what we get for Phil. Alfieri, what do his document? Well, I guess that's a combination of the 2 documents. Very interesting. That's 17 times is far beyond coincidental. Something's up. Even if I don't know specifically what it is, telling the higher ups above us that we've got some serious, crazy, trip coincidences. Ooh. All right.
There's a strong whiff of fish around this one.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what we get for Phil and Alfieri. Do we pick up anything on any of the others that are extra?
Oh, beyond the dirt on apparently dark side Phil here.
I knew that Sphincter Phil wouldn't be clean.
And, what about Vita?
Right. Jodl Franz and Herman Vida, they have very few travel documents listed here. But those they do have is all in relations to renting out cars from the carpool. There's not a single listing of them utilizing any form of public transportation. And it's not like, they don't do that.
Yeah, it's not like that. Doesn't seem like
it's very
particularly
suspicious.
unusual.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
It's very odd that they wouldn't have anything, but for the heads of the Abwehr, it's not strange at all.
yeah.
However, there are several records of them renting out cars. There's even a little note attached to it with the question mark of whether or not this should be brought to the attention of the Abwehr, if this is some kind of clerical mistake, that they have these records but nothing else.
Several records of renting cars. You'd think they'd have official cars for their capacity. I mean, obviously they would. If you're second in command of the Abwehr, you have an official car and a driver.
They do.
So why rent your own car?
And these also are from private companies.
Well, we could go and give them a visit.
We could go and say hello, and if they're not open, we could take a look. Who knows? This is at this point we certainly have reasonable suspicion.
Remind me, did we already nail the Abver people on something?
He was in the it wasn't like substantial, but there was definitely some curiosities.
Could they possibly link to this? Could they? What were they doing? Could they be using the car to do something?
Well, Arch, that was the one that Sargon and I found about him sneaking documents to the Brits, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least a motive to.
Mm.
Well, if we found the vehicle that he was using to do it and some evidence of where he was taking it, maybe we could even intercept that happening.
His contact?
Something. Yeah, it's possible the vehicles. They could be used for anything. It seems like definitely a lead to follow up.
Absolutely, it does. If it's very likely that he might be using his power in the Abwehr to suppress documentation of his renting cars, even though some exist here at least, and he's using those travels to maybe meet his contact. But that would certainly be interesting. And all right, so was there anything on Henkel? Anything suspicious about Henkel? Rocketry researcher.
Not really. There's just the usual transportation notices. He takes a lot of public transportation, trams, trains, and such on.
Rockets.
Good guy, Henkel.
Yeah. I mean, not everyone could be a traitor.
The entire organization of traitors.
Greta would love it.
But they don't know that everyone else is a traitor, so they all to themselves. All the Germans are actually British, and all the British are actually Germans.
Rags, you have to understand that treason doesn't exist, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It does in the 40s.
Fucking Dev, honestly. You're a fucking globalist, Dev.
Bet you voted for Trudeau.
Yeah. The truth will come out, Dev.
All right then. Well, we will put back all the. I suppose, is there any Vitas might be one worth having. The others we don't. Let's take Vitas and Phil's documentation because in Alfieri's. We don't need to take Henkel's with us. There's nothing unusual in his transportation notes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can return these later pretty much at our leisure. We can probably do that once we confirm it with our superiors that something's amiss. Then we can just bring it back and she'll refile them with everything else. Smooth as silk, no problems there. I think this is there's a lot of info. This is great.
All right. Yep. You can do that. And well in time for the ditzy lady to come back from her lunch as well.
We could unironically actually do something nice for her.
Unironically? Oh, absolutely.
Like, knock her out and so she can say that she was robbed.
And I won't even rape her.
But yeah, absolutely. She is actually taking kind of she's in a difficult situation. And we certainly appreciate her making the right call. It wouldn't. I'll keep in mind something to do when we return with the documents to give to her. I'll certainly let our superiors know that she was instrumental in these investigations.
Are you entirely sure you would like to give the ever paranoid SS information? Like, yes, this is the chick who let us in here without the proper paperwork.
Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Most people, if they want to do something nice for a woman, will just, buy her some chocolates, a necklace or something, not rat her out to the SS.
Well, you see, I was thinking because I would think that it would be a move up in position for her.
Yes, but you probably want to word it a little bit differently.
I was
obviously,
thinking a bottle of wine rather than a bottle of concentration camp.
No, because we know that now that she's done this, having her as a part of the SS, bringing her up, getting her a nicer job, essentially, a more prestigious job in the SS.
Dude, we already have people that are part of the SS. It's us.
I know, but we're not the only people. I mean, the SS, they got a lot of work, especially ahead of them. going to be wartime. It was just an idea. It's just an idea. We could do all sorts of things.
Would you like to come with us to the Eastern Front? There comes to a place.
No. I was like, would you like a really, really, really nice job in a really nice office that pays you a whole lot more? Or you could, it's a career thing.
Yeah, no, I get
And
that.
I hear all the time that women should focus on their careers at the expense of everything else, and that's what makes them happy. So
Not in Nazi Germany, you don't.
Get in, loser, we're stealing a Russian tank.
Yeah, all right. Well, off
That
we
says
go.
buy her a vacuum cleaner. Buy her a new apron.
To be fair, though, buying a woman a dishwasher is probably something that would thrill her.
In the 1940s? Probably, yeah.
By the way, look at all the time I just fucking saved you.
I think that's known as slavery. Wait, you mean an actual dishwasher? I see. Never mind.
Ah, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. What was wrong with the old dishwasher? She works fine, yeah.
Yeah, no, genuinely, a dishwasher for a woman in the 1940s would be a pretty fucking posh gift.
Gotcha. It's a pretty posh gift now.
I don't have a
Dishwasher?
dishwasher. I don't have a dishwasher. I don't need one, but...
Look, I found a picture of a 1940s dishwasher.
Do you want me to show that on stream, Arch? Do you want to maintain your channel's existence?
You just now got the opportunity to get doggos and super chats. Don't lose this. Don't blow it. All right.
Never mind, I'm showing it.
Take the win.
No, I haven't, but if you want me to.
That's terrible, Uzula. How could you? Okay, so, right, you spent quite a lot of time now at the Ministry of Transportation. You might have just about time enough for one more stop if there's anything else you wanted to do.
Well, shall we go and ask about those cars? I don't think we have any other leads, or do we? Was there one other? Oh, the Pope thing, yeah. That might be important.
Thing.
The Pope thing.
When did the fucking Pope get involved in this?
Well, that's what we're here to find out, sir.
Oh God, what if the Pope's in on all this? Can you imagine if the Pope is helping the Nazis?
Yeah, I feel like that's not very suspicious.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Well, yeah.
So, I mean, okay, so remind me. Alfieri and Phil, yes. They're meeting in, was it in Rome? Yeah.
Well, they were meeting at the embassy, personally. You don't even know if they're meeting. You just know that he went to the embassy, and then shortly thereafter, Fieri went to Rome.
There are 17 incidences of his trips to the embassy coinciding with Fieri going out of Germany back to Rome. 17 times.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Not
transporting.
a coincidence.
He's transporting holy relics. That's the only explanation.
What if he is?
Well, I can't
Those
really
are
think
our
of a
relics.
reason.
Like
That
the
would,
Nazis dug up, stole loads of shit, didn't they?
yeah, I can't really think of that being
Because
a
they're
problem.
ours.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't
they
know,
are.
that might be, yeah.
Yeah, because they're our peoples.
Well, what could he
They're
be
not the
taking
fucking
back to
popes.
Rome that would incriminate him then?
I don't know, but that's something that once we bring to the attention of the people above us and they can investigate to whatever capacity they can, who knows what they're going to turn up and what they're going to sanction in the future in terms of this investigation.
Yeah, if we had no time left, that might have to be enough. But since we have the choice of either looking into this or looking into the cars,
The car thing we can do, yeah.
I guess the cars we can do in the time we've got, or
Sure.
more likely to be able to than the other thing.
I like Sargon's approach to this. Like, what is he bringing? Doesn't matter. Anything we can make it treasonous.
Yeah. Like, you'll decide what he's guilty of after you've got the evidence.
Precisely.
Yeah, that would be fine. I mean, except we could have done that for any of them, but we decided to actually get evidence.
Okay, good. But now this last guy. We'll just see if we can throw what sticks.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can go travel to the car place and see what they've got there.
Yeah.
Okay. They will virtually invariably be closed at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Not a problem.
could break in, I suppose.
Well, we can double check. I'll knock on the front door to see if maybe someone lives near
Hold
the
on a
garage or what.
I mean, if they have security, you don't want to knock if you're breaking in, because you are definitely going to be breaking in. It's like a car rental place, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe you should just break in.
Well, is it also a residence? Would we know if there's also a residence here? Because a lot of the times people, in the city and stuff, they might live like above where they work or in, there essentially.
I'm imagining a repeat of the priest coming to the church doors, wrapped in a dressing gown. Just a sleeping mechanic who watches over the place comes to the door in a dressing gown.
It depends. It's worth taking a look at. It could be possible. It's not unreasonable that someone lives where they work, especially in the 40s in the city.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Doesn't appear to be so. They are mostly places of commerce, fairly large, special made buildings, glass windows and such on.
Okay.
Showing off the various types of cars.
When is the party tomorrow? That's kind of like the quote unquote deadline.
Next night. So it'll be in the nighttime, so you can come there without bursting into flames.
I take it it's at the start of the night.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you had a bit more time, you could possibly have dug up like where these people live, but it's a bit much to do now.
Well, we could just break in and have a look around. I mean, they probably have some sort of records.
Yeah, I'll try to, because if they're just renting the cars, they're illegal. It's just we want the records of the stuff that they've been renting them to, like the mileage on the cars, so we could that sort of thing would help us out. Yeah.
Or any other like damages to the cars that might indicate where they've been.
Yeah, but I don't want to like damage the property or get them. So could we check?
You can also choose to not rest and just stay up during the day. You'll have to stay in like a completely dark room and stuff, but you could then essentially get the SS to do some of the legwork for you. If all you need is like people brought to you, that is something you could have ordered.
Yeah, absolutely. That might not be a bad idea. I wouldn't want to be weary for the party, though. So let me see.
Well, we've got all day to sleep.
That's true. Do we have enough time to bring this information back to SSHQ while we sleep, so that they can get that stuff taken care of while there's daylight?
Probably, yes. You could just contact Emil and have him send it down the chain of command.
Yeah, absolutely. So we don't have to break in or do anything like that. We've got a whole organization that can help. Let's bring the info to them so they can send some people over. All we need is just to interview them. Just get info on the cars that were rented out to the, him in particular. And that should take care of it, essentially. And this would be way beneath Vita himself. He wouldn't concern himself with just simple operations like this. So no need to worry about it giving him away or anything like that.
Well, you never know how close the Abwehr is watching anything, but this would be fairly standard SS business.
Yeah.
Rounding people up for a quick, friendly chat.
Yeah. In fact, this is so probably mundane for them. If anything went weird, then it would be almost certain that it was because of interference from above.
Possibly.
But yeah, I think we'd be safe to do that while we're sleeping. I can't imagine that he would even take notice of something so routine and mundane.
Okay, you can do that, in which case you'd have to basically force yourself to be awake for that period.
Well, we could just give them the information and let them do the investigating while we sleep.
And yeah, but you'd have to talk to them, since once you wake up, you're supposed to go to the party.
Yeah, we could do that tonight. The time that we would have spent investigating the actual location ourselves is time that we instead spend giving information to the people who are in the SS to go and just get that stuff for us and take care of it while we're sleeping.
And then when it starts to get light, they'll go out and do that. But if you wish to interrogate them yourselves, to have them brought to you, then you'll have to be awake. Otherwise, the SS will do this on their own, and you might not get any information before you have to go to the party.
All right, then can we do a can we sleep at the HQ? Is there a place at the HQ that has any housing in it, or temporary rooms for people who are maybe visiting essentially, or doing work there overnight, or something like that?
Possibly, but either way, you wouldn't be rested enough for the next day. So,
all right, what
would happen is you'd take a dice penalty for any tests you'd wish to do on that subsequent day.
A dice penalty for the whole day. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't know, man. It's up to you.
Lou, what are you thinking?
We should,
only one of us would have to do this, by the way.
We've got so much already. I mean, that is true, but I was thinking about saying, only one of us has to do this, so good night. But I thought it might be a bit dickish. But either way, we have so much already.
Huge amount already.
Yeah, we have so much already. I think it's more worth focusing on the party.
Yeah, we could do that, because the information isn't going away, and we could just go and pick it up later on. And if we can't do it ourselves, then we can pass that information on, and that'll get credited to us. So, yeah, that'll be all right.
Well, from a logical perspective, yes. From a story-playing RP perspective, probably not. I will be so dickish as to withhold the reward if you don't get it within the time limit, just like a PC game.
But they would know where they got all of this information from.
Yes, but arbitrary rules.
Well, now we have a whole new reason to argue to complain that you're being stingy with XP.
Precisely.
That doesn't seem logical or fair.
We have
Germany.
Yes. We have time limits for a reason.
So I'm looking up the rules on sleep, since we seem to be getting bogged down in this.
Go ahead, rules lawyer. What do you have for us today?
It costs 1 willpower to stay up, and until you fall asleep again, you lose -1 on all dice.
So I was more or less correct, except I'd also take willpower.
And then if you want to stay up a second night in a row, that'd be another willpower, and then you're -2, and then it compounds until you finally fall asleep again.
Okay.
So if we just stay up for like an hour longer, or 2 hours longer or something, and then we go to sleep, we just have a bit less sleep, we don't even lose dice the next day.
Just like Sargon, I'll be dickish enough to say you don't get a full night's sleep.
Oh, even if it can well, since it will only be a little bit of sleep lost, could we exchange could we take the willpower penalties but keep the dice?
9.
Because it's only a little bit. It's not like we're going a night without sleep, or even losing half of the night's sleep.
Far less. You're going to the camp.
Archer's made the decision to be merciless for no good reason, so just have to go with it. Okay.
I guess. All right.
How much do you want that extra XP?
What extra XP?
Yeah.
Yeah, there might be extra XP.
Do we get XP? Is that a thing that happens?
Sure, yeah.
There might be XP in this, yeah.
Do you mean getting our routine 1 XP per session if we're lucky?
You'll only know if you try.
Okay, so what you can jury rig if you want is you can have somebody wake you up, but then it costs a hunger point instead of a willpower point, and then you have to win a wits roll to actually wake up.
I have a wits of 3.
So those are your options. You can have somebody wake you up, make sure that you actually, because vampires sleep a lot deeper than regular humans, so they might try to wake you up and you might just not hear. But if you do wake up, you get hungry. So those are your options.
Okay. And
win
winning a wits check is by how much?
It does not say.
is that just winning a wits check is just like at least one success?
It's probably like getting half or more successes, you know? Just like a basic check.
And
If you have
even if I did win,
you can add auspex to it, but...
And even then, I would still take the dice penalty for the next day?
No, then you would just get that 1 point of hunger.
Yeah.
Then let's try that. Then let's do that, because I got a 3 wits. I'll take the hunger.
There is one small problem.
What?
In order for someone to wake you up, they have to be awake already.
Mm-hmm.
We have
we can ask a human to do it.
Yeah, basically.
Does it mention any about the difficulty of the willpower check, Dev?
But
no, but it does say that it's easier if one of your ghouls does it. It's easier if someone's attacking you. It's harder if it's just basic noise. It doesn't say how hard though.
Okay, since there are degrees, I'd probably say that to win it, you would need a moderate success. Let's see. Seducing someone.
Because they would come up and they'd touch me. If they said wake up, and I didn't wake up, then they would come over and shake me. You know,
right. It wouldn't be a moderate difficulty. I think it would be straightforward. So that would require 2 levels of success.
Oh no, wait. Sorry, it's both a wits check, and then if you win that, then it's a humanity roll.
Oh, so yeah, it's not that easy to wake up.
How hard is it to wake up?
This is supposed to be the harder of the 2 options than just spending willpower. So.
Oh, okay. Because I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 humanity.
Okay, so first you would need 2 wits, and then you'd also need to succeed a humanity roll.
I'll go ahead and just because it only needs to be one of us. So I will do that, and I'll take the hit to the dice roll for the next day to ensure that. Well, even then, even if I do stay up and I get the information that I need from the cars, how much more will that get us compared to the information that we had before it? Because that's a lot of info that we've got. We've got 3 people nailed, and we've got extreme suspicion on 2 others. That's borderline. And then we've got Vita's weird stuff. We've got a lot of info, and I'm wondering I'm wondering what this leap will actually change, because it's pretty much just we would be doing the next obvious logical thing that would have been done anyway based on this information.
It could be big.
I don't see how this one little bit extra would change anything. Because the part that we'd be doing is just the obvious thing that would be done anyway. It's not like it takes anything special. This is just the natural progression of the investigation. Obviously you go and check the car records. It's just it's just obviously what you do.
And yet,
so I'll just rest then, because this is just such a tiny little addition anyway that would be done anyway.
Are we going to have a chance before the party to talk to our handler, Arch, the guy that's above us who gave us the mission?
Not really. You'd meet him at the party. So anything you'd want to do before that would then have to be done by staying awake.
All right. Are we now at the end of the 3rd night?
Yeah, unless anybody wants to stay awake. Rags and Oodle could, of course, also brief Saga and Dev, and all of you could choose to interrogate each other if you choose so.
We should probably just tell each other in game what we've all learned. You guys didn't break into the.
We'll share the information. So.
You guys didn't break into that car rental place, did you?
No, we're not. We're not. That'll be the job of the people who come after us.
To be honest, with how we managed to nail these guys, I'm surprised it took us to do this. We didn't even need to use any magic for most of it. In fact, probably any of it.
Yeah, it was quite good detective work. I can't believe we didn't get loads of fucking experience for it.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
I'm kind of, I thought
in the same boat. Really well.
I'm in the same boat.
I think I said that he was going to give it all at the end as a reward for our entire performance. which I would do it the other way, but
I would do it the other way too.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
it's not that bad.
Now I'm going to do it this way out of spite.
Well, we're pretty much at the point anyway, so.
Yeah, it's pretty much time for us to go to
Nobody's
the
going to
party.
stay awake to interrogate the drivers.
Nah.
Well, you don't need to interrogate the drivers. Well, I mean, you can. There's the drivers. There's the people who do the actual car rental, and then there's the records that they keep for all the mileage and maintenance and stuff like that. So there are 3 aspects to this, and they all go together. We gotta sleep, or else we'll be taking penalties for this party that's been built up.
What's that?
Okay. You will not get any further credit for it if you choose to do so. Just to make that again very clear, the SS might find something, but you will not get any benefit from it.
I think we've done a whole bunch.
Well, if that's the case, maybe we shouldn't enlist them to do any further investigation yet.
That is
I don't
true.
think Arch is going to give us any benefits for doing it after the deadline.
Well, here, but if we come back later, if we
there's
come
no
back
reason.
later ourselves and do it, and we come up with this information, it's not like it's not like the SS is going to say there's some arbitrary time limit that someone else gave you that doesn't really match to anything that's necessarily tangential to the investigation, and then afterwards you reveal. It's not like you revealed a traitor, but it was a day late. So that's not
exactly what's going to happen.
But no, if we go to
why?
them,
Because they're still going to be. Yeah, then they're not all leaving town after the party.
Yeah, we caught the traitor. It's like
They might be.
here's.
Ooh. Okay, so should one of us stay up then?
Well, I mean, it's at this point.
Gotta sleep.
I mean, I know, but at this point, it's like I feel that I'll
All
stay
this
up
for
and.
one dice penalty.
Well, yeah, but it's been. Oh, that's the thing. It's been built up that this party's a big, important thing that we have to go to for 3 days, and it's the culmination of the investigation time period, and that it's a big thing.
Yeah,
But at the same time, we're getting the vibes that, are you really, really sure that you want to do it? Because I'm just letting you know, are you really sure? Are you really sure?
I do have to make sure, because, again, it sounds like you are still thinking you might get some credit afterwards. So I'm just making it absolutely clear that you will not.
I'll do it. I will.
After all this, I'm expecting Arch to make this party basically a Kristallnacht 2, and all our effort is going to go to, it was easy for you to find this stuff. We already knew they were all traitors. We're having them killed at the party, and just as a bonus, we're having you killed too.
All right, so final decision, 2 minutes.
I'm happy to continue, partly because asking all those questions is probably just going to lead to the next clue rather than to incriminating evidence anyway. And we have so much already.
Sure, yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, so Uzulu and Rags is for sleep. Devon, Sargon, what about you?
I'm for sleep too.
Schlafen.
All right.
Yeah, let's sleep.
I don't want any dice penalties when I'm at this party.
All right, that is fine. All right, so you have your good night's sleep, and you wake up in time for the party, which you can go to. We could probably do that this session as well, if you wish.
No, let's do it next time, because it'll be a nice long one, and it'll be a full thing.
Mm-hmm. You think so?
Well, yeah, because we'll be fresh for it. There's a lot to think about with it. I'm quite tired.
All right, yeah.
Do.
So maybe partly for my benefit, but I'm going to say for the audience's benefit, what we could do just before we go is, Arch, could you re-explain the principle of this party, the premise?
Yeah, I mean, we could prepare ourselves for it and stuff.
Yeah.
But like...
All right. Yes, the premise of the party is a high-level socialite gathering of the high and mighties of the immediate party, so to say, of Berlin. So you've got quite a few representatives there. It will be a rather heavily guarded event. The Abwehr and the SS will both be guarding it because the Abwehr does not trust the SS and the SS does not trust the Abwehr. Emil will, of course, be there, along with everyone on the list of suspects. There will also be a dinner party, including these guys, which Emil will be attending himself. This is where he intends to reveal any incriminating information that you may have discovered up until this point.
So he's gonna reveal it all publicly at the party for maximum effect.
Yes, he wants to not. He wants these people smeared, essentially, so that even if they could, wiggle their way out of the accusation, the public will be paying for their blood. He wants to make them guilty in the eyes of the upper party echelon.
That's a pretty good strategy. What we have then on the Abwehr leaders might just do it anyway.
Possibly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Enough of the socialites will be turned off the Abwehr that the SS will get all those juicy security contracts or whatever the equivalent is.
Uzlu, have you seen that artwork, by the way?
I'll have a look. 1 sec.
It's from Carlos.
Of course it is. Yeah, that looks about right.
Rags trying to be nice is the name of that one.
It was literally just me looking at the desk. I was going to see if there was a photograph of his wife, because if there wasn't a photograph of his wife, that would be odd. That would imply that he doesn't want to see her face at work, and maybe there's some familial resentment there that would be worth looking into. That's why I did it. It wasn't to threaten anybody.
He says,
and yet still.
It's like everyone else just assumes that SS officers knocking at your door in the middle of the night, like they're evil or something. People just leap to conclusions. I'm a person too, all right? Nothing I did was illogical. Monster. Nothing that I did was illogical.
So if we're getting ready, Arch, is my dress available?
Yes, but I'm not going to be bothered getting any art for it, so fuck you.
Okay. However, can I get... I
can do this. How's your time shine?
I know I have a smaller gun than the rest of everyone else. Can I put... Can I put it in like a hidden holster underneath the dress?
I'd assume that we'd have sidearms as part of the getup.
Yeah, but I have a very tiny gun. I can hide it on me.
You have like a leg holster?
Yeah, like a thigh holster.
Yeah.
As for weaponry, as a very fat member of the group sets down.
Wasn't me this time.
As for weaponry, your standard SS uniform only includes your Schutzstaffel dagger, no pistols.
I may need to keep the pistol on me then.
So, but you will, I mean, you could definitely have like a really fancy fuck dress, and that could probably hide a pistol, yes.
Okay. Do I need to get like some kind of a stealth holster made or something? You're just gonna let me have that?
Nah, you could stuff it in your garter belt or something.
Oh, okay. In the cleavage. All right.
You have cleavage?
You have cleavage?
Yeah, I guess not. Not as a lolly. Lolly cleavage, of course.
You are disgusting, all of you.
You're the
I'm not partaking.
Anyone who helped facilitate Dev's degeneracy, I find disgusting.
That might be a slight element of cognitive dissonance among the party. Especially if you get breast implants, Dev.
Then just the dagger then. I don't want to go to a party like this and be carrying around a hidden like holster, even for an SS, I would.
Yeah, I'll just have a dagger.
Well, let's ask the question. Are the Abwehr officers that we're about to accuse of treason likely to be thinking, yeah, it'll be fine, I won't bring any weapons?
You know for a fact that they will be coming in modified Wehrmacht officer uniforms, which do traditionally include a pistol.
Can we do that?
Not the SS uniform.
What?
That is a pretty arbitrary restriction. Not saying it's your fault, Arch, but that's pretty
tradition.
unwise.
It's tradition.
Of course.
You get a fucking dagger. They don't get a dagger.
Oh,
You don't need a fucking
oh,
dagger.
let's swap then. All right then. They can have the daggers. We'll have the pistol.
Pistols aren't cool, man. Daggers are cool.
Yeah, you won't be saying that once you get shot.
Look, it's not like we're not going to be standing next to them when we reveal this.
It's not like we're not vampires.
Yeah.
That is actually a good point.
It's also the fact that you can get shot with a pistol a damn fucking load of times before it starts having an effect.
I had briefly forgotten that, yes.
Yeah, same here, actually.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Like, I was so, well, I don't want to get shot.
Okay, no. Here's what we'll do. Okay. Arch, I'd like to set up something that can be strapped to my thighs so that I can hold everyone's pistol and hand them out if we need it.
What?
No, Dev.
No,
I've
that's
got
silly.
a sword, actually. I've got a sword.
Sorry,
You're
I'm
of,
not traditional
You're
enough.
of kind of aristocratic bullshit heritage, so you'd be allowed.
Yeah, I'd absolutely argue that. Fucking my proud, noble Saxon Prussian
Class
lineage,
privilege.
whatever. Yeah.
Well, my dagger is a sword-like
Germany is a
weapon. I'll keep
class-conscious
it.
country.
So, Arch, are you saying that I can't smuggle everyone's gun in, just my own?
She lifts
Yes.
up her dress, and there's a.
And I'm also saying that if one of the guards decides, fuck female privilege, I'm going to search you, best be good at squirming.
He wants to roleplay as the merchant from Resident Evil 4. Just whoosh, and there's just an armory in his jacket.
As soon as the
Or
guard
be good at
starts
seduction.
touching up Devo, we can just call him a pedo.
I'm just going to
If the
bring a
guard goes
mine
for
then,
your
for fuck's
thigh,
sake.
you just go like, oh, are you sure? We can go to the closet afterwards.
Or Elon Musk him and just start calling him a pedo for no reason.
Do you want to see how
So,
well this submarine works, Dev?
I'm strapping one of our tank mines to my thigh then. So if anyone touches me, they're blowing up.
We were expecting the party to be explosive. So
Planning
if
for the worst.
anyone arouses you, it's going to be a bit more.
Jesus
more
Christ!
extreme than usual.
Let's plan someone else rather than fucking the lolly. Okay, like
Yeah, I'm pretty much set. I have my dress and my gun. I'm good to go.
good.
Good. I don't think I'll need anything special in
Wait,
particular.
do I have a purse, Arch?
That's a
Back
good question.
to planning the lolly.
They'd probably check your purse.
That's fine. I'm not going to put the gun in the purse. They can check the purse all they like.
You can
Oh,
mine in the
It's
purse.
for roleplay purposes.
I'll have
All
the
right.
mine in the purse.
They'd probably be skeptical to that too.
You just hit someone with the purse and it'll explode.
Just throw the purse at someone.
It's a ornament.
This is my lucky landmine. Don't you have a lucky landmine? I thought
They
everyone had a
ask
lucky
why
landmine.
it's lucky, and you say, seriously? It
Because
hasn't
it
gone
hasn't
off
gone
yet.
off yet.
Yeah, look. It's still unexploded.
Well, I got a dagger. I could throw it at people.
Kill someone with that.
Yeah.
Look, anyone tries to fuck with me, I'm just going to ask how untidy their room is.
They're squishy humans without armor. I mean, come on, how difficult can it be?
Oh yeah. You stab someone with a dagger, they're dead.
Well, at least that's good. Just trying to get too much blood on your uniform, if at all possible.
But red and black go so well together.
Okay, does anybody else want to make any special preparations like that? Smuggle in a bazooka? Not invented yet, by the way.
Well, I mean, I guess the only thing that I really have on my to-do, I actually should have done this probably earlier, but I would want to essentially have someone make a harness that I can wear with my gear that will allow me when I am in dog form, essentially when I'm in wolf walrus form,
To be
To be able
walked on
to-
a lead.
to be able to carry things, because as we discovered earlier, my inventory. I can't carry the big stuff. It's just clothes, essentially, just clothes and small objects that I can essentially transform back into. But the big stuff like SMGs, rifles, landmines, things of that nature, I'd have to specifically have a harness made for that. So that would be something that I would want to have essentially created. That wouldn't be something I can have done now, but it is something that I'll get in the future.
Yeah, you just have to go to the doggy store and go I have a walrus. Yay, hi. Could you make him a
walrus? Yes, the walrus is amazing.
Yes, could you bring him in for measuring? Of course. Poof.
Yeah, let me go outside. I left him outside. He'll come in on his own. He's very well trained.
Of course,
then when you're done, he'll come and get me, and then I'll pay for it.
Of course, I can't get a gun in a war zone, but a custom-made dog armament jacket. Oh, that's easy. Make it so it'll fit a walrus as well as a dog. Oh, no problem, sir.
Hey, man, money's money.
Totally doable, though.
I wish money was money, then I'd have a gun.
You think you could just buy guns with money? You think that's how this world works?
What is this,
This
America?
is Nazi Germany. The civilian populace wasn't allowed to have guns. They might decide to use them against a regime. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's an unnecessary risk, I'll give them that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to be a tyrant, you don't have the people you're tyrannizing be armed. It's a
Terrible idea.
Yeah, not wise.
On the other hand, if you so choose, I could maybe arrange for you to be given those fancy wide trousers, the fluffy ones.
I think I'm fine with my usual uniform, thank you.
What, you don't want to look like you have two colossal oblong tumors?
Weirdly, I don't, actually.
You could hide a gun in that, though.
I don't need to hide a gun, I've got a sword.
You could hide a fucking Bundestag in there.
Someone in chat's asking, does Rag's bestial nature grant him a bonus to seduction when flirting with Jewish women? It actually does. I am beautiful and stunning, so for all appropriate social roles, I get +2 extra dice.
Mm-hmm.
So not just Jewish women.
Women in general. All women are animals.
Yeah, if in a conversation, my appearance pretty much factors into factors into it, then I get an extra 2 dice.
Yeah, but you lose them again for having a low finance score.
I have an amazing finance score. Every man with faith in the Fuhrer is rich in spirit.
That was some very nice rhetoric, but does it change your finance score?
No, it doesn't. Actually, I don't even know what my character's finance score is.
I think
I could be
That
anything.
means it's 0.
No, I don't know what my... No. I'm not a poorman. I'm a core.
Don't worry, mine's 0 too.
Yeah, we did this. We found the one stat that we all suck at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any.
I'm sure we'll find others too.
Is finance actually a stat?
Yeah.
It is. Oh my goodness.
Looking at the stats list, if Arch doesn't make us roll etiquette at least once during the path, then I'm going to be disappointed that I put 1 point in it.
I've got 2 in it, so I'm fine.
Of course you do.
Found the Jew.
Of course. Of course. Dad would be like, ooh, I've got points in etiquette.
I thought we had a racially pure party then for a minute. Thanks, Dev.
I have all of all the social skills. I've got them all
That
down.
explains the degeneracy.
She may be an insane Nazi child, but at least she's polite at the table.
I mean, there is the possibility you could get some progress in some of these questions at the party itself, too, by talking to these people directly. Possible.
Let me ask this. How
the theme is apparently shooting itself.
How far away is the well, I guess that won't matter. Never mind.
Okay, let me ask a question. Isn't it fucking weird to be bringing Dev to one of this party anyway?
It is. It's fucking odd.
What do you mean?
Well, why the fuck would you be there?
Yeah,
Then
your
your
daughter.
daughter's a crystal knock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if it's like a high society thing, you bring your family, of course.
That's true.
So you.
I mean, I'm here to present my 15-year-old daughter. There you go.
Well, whose daughter
You
are
are the 15-year-old daughter.
I don't know.
Well,
Which one of you three wants to be the father?
Obviously, Sargon is going to be your daddy.
Obviously, I do not want to be your father.
It doesn't. This is a role play. He's the only father. So it makes sense that he would roleplay as your father in this.
Okay.
So what we're
Arch.
saying is Dev
Arch
desperately wants a
understands
sugar daddy, and we're
As
all
usual,
the
everything I
suitors.
say makes perfect sense.
Arch, I want to make sure that Dev is dressed appropriately. Like,
How
not in
exactly
some
do you
revealing
mean make
fashion.
sure?
Well, as in, like, what are they wearing? Like, it's not like, is
What
it
is she wearing?
inappropriate? Sorry, yeah, what is she wearing? What is it inappropriate? 'Cause we'll go straight back to the tailor and make that appropriate. I'm not having any of this floozy nonsense.
Degeneracy is for the people that we report.
Yeah.
1940s pin up. See, the 1940s was before the true advent of makeup, and suddenly you realize, wow, women are actually not as attractive as they pretend to be.
I
Arch,
actually,
women are ugly.
no, I actually have a thing for this. Hold on. I had a woke realization a while ago. I think I mentioned this, but it was a long time ago.
Women are ugly.
It's actually way better than
That's
that.
why they paint their faces.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, hold on.
This. Just wait a second. Just wait a second. I'm putting it in the tapestries. This is the dress I want. It looks great, and I can
That's
still
not
hide a gun in it.
unreasonable. That's not unreasonable. That's a
And I can
fine
s-
dress.
I can still hide a gun in it, so that's what we're going with.
Fine dress. Wait, which one? There's two in that picture.
The pink one.
Oh, okay. I should have. But just
Sorry,
wanted to-
where are we looking here?
It's in the tapestries,
All right. Okay.
which really should be renamed at this point since it's not no longer Crusade.
Oh yeah, no, that pink one's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, Nazi records room.
Nazi Records Room is what you should rename it to, Sargon.
Right.
I'm not having the word Nazi on my Discord server. I just think that'd be a silly idea given the current political
Berlin Records Room.
There we go. Yeah.
climate. Yeah, okay.
EU Records Room.
Yeah.
Right, okay, here's the woke notion on makeup. Women have evolved to require makeup to survive in the sexual marketplace due to the lack of selection pressures for good quality skin after centuries of persistent makeup use.
That is hilarious.
Remember, ladies, there's such thing as touching up your appearance, and another thing is just slathering icing on your face like a cake.
I mean, I have legitimately seen it as well. Where,
Learn from the Chinese and the Taiwanese. They have perfected this art form.
Everyone's saying show the dress, Uzulu.
Oh, right, yeah.
it's quite a respectful dress.
That's a nice dress. I would
Yeah.
approve. If my
My nan would approve of that dress. So.
yeah. Perfectly reasonable.
If your actual daughter wore it, Sargon, you'd be okay with that?
Yeah, that's a fine dress.
Oh yeah. Very
Well,
lovely.
I guess Sargon is confirmed
Someone
as
said
Dev's
show
sugar
up in a
daddy.
kabuki.
I'm a what?
I think Sargon is confirmed as Dev's sugar daddy.
It's just daddy, it looks like. Like actual daddy.
he said daddy, not father. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Very. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Well, we are more or less done planning then, so it's just on to the great party next week.
Mm.
Is Sargon away next week?
I might. No, I will actually be away on the 13th.
We could do it sooner or later. I'm gonna have a pretty open schedule.
Yeah, we might be able to do it a bit sooner. I'll have
You want to do it like a weekend show?
Or we can do like the day after, but I'd rather do it sooner too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will.
I'll see if I can on Friday or Saturday.
Oh, okay. Because I wouldn't mind doing it more
I'll
than
have
once
to
a
check.
week
I'll
when
have to
we
check.
can,
Yeah.
when possible.
And Dev
about
is
you,
like,
Arch?
I don't actually have to do any work. I wouldn't mind doing it more than once a week.
Hey, Regs said the same thing.
Yeah, like I'm totally down for it if everyone else. Absolutely. It depends on, the GM obviously he has to do the most
I
work
doubt
and
I
prep.
can
So
commit to it, to be honest. To more than once a week.
yeah, and it doesn't have to be like a scheduled thing. Just, if there's time for it, if we have stuff ready, then
Yeah.
Yeah.
maybe. Who knows?
So hey, this is a new button. Play advertisement.
What?
I guess you're being tested on all the new features, Arch.
Okay, I'm
play advertising.
Very fucking tempted right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
give it a
wonder
try.
what ad would pop up.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, guys, excuse me. I'm doing this half because of my Jew, but half also because of curiosity, okay?
Yeah,
All right, now let's talk about all Sargon's worst secrets. Go.
Yeah, this an extra way to make
Okay.
some revenue for bathroom.
Based on complex criteria, some of you viewers will see an ad keep on streaming.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna open it up in a browser I'm not ad blocking in to see what I see.
So I'm assuming it'll tell me when it stops.
I'm seeing a very strange black and white.
Oh,
How
yeah,
to, too busy to trade on your own? Discover copy trading on eToro. It's Alec Baldwin.
Arch has just advertised a pyramid scheme.
and I think it's over now. So okay, that's an odd little thing.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I
I'm
just
surprised they didn't have it sooner. After going on Alex Jones, you forget how different like the internet is to like radio and traditional broadcasting.
Yeah, I mean, no one would ever do a 3-hour thing without 50 ad breaks.
Yeah, absolutely. Like no one would, and so it's weird. Like in that context, as like professional content creators, it's actually weird that we don't do something like that. Like
well, I
I'm
know
not saying
on
we should,
Twitch they've
it's-
had it.
I'm not saying we should, but it's a weird addition.
Since about 2010, Twitch has had a button that lets you play ads. You just press a button and an ad plays. So if you're going on a break for a few minutes, you just run some ads while you're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, if someone needs
Right.
to take a bathroom break or something like that, he's like, hey, we gotta wait for them. Let's do an ad break.
Yep.
Not a
So
bad
some
idea.
people say they saw it. Most people say they got nothing. So I'm assuming it's just kind of I guess YouTube selects people based
Ad
on some
block,
kind
maybe?
of
Ad
black
block, yeah.
fucking magic.
Yeah.
But what
I mean,
like,
honestly-
what did they see instead of the ad? Was it you talking, or was it just a blank screen?
I assume so.
Chat, if you can let us know, that'd be good.
Honestly, like I might actually use that on occasion, and I'm just
Yeah.
basically saying, if you don't want to see ad, it's still ad blocker. I don't actually particularly mind.
Yeah.
I know
I
how-
think on the proper stream, it was just still the picture of the tree. So
Well, I know how it works on Twitch is that when you press the ad, it'll run a random ad, and there are different lengths, right? So, and if you're blocking ads, you just see the stream normally. So it's not like you can say things while the ad's running because some people will still see it.
All right, so yeah, maybe yeah, okay. Yeah, that's certainly a thing. I mean, it's something you kind of have to work into the formula, I guess, like a minute break here and there, because you can't just randomly like, boop.
Yeah. Whenever Sargon gets tea, just run some ads.
yeah.
Yeah,
Tea break.
Okay, well, I mean, that's interesting enough. Huh.
This tea
Wait,
break sponsored by
It
the
is
East
good.
India.
It is good because I also am of the opinion that content creators like us, we need to find more ways of monetizing our content, because in reality we are massively under monetizing it.
Yeah.
But there are also those YouTubers who are massively over monetizing their videos.
yeah.
10-minute video with 3 ad breaks in it.
Mm.
Whenever I talk to like someone from like LA, they expect me to be a millionaire because of the size of my channel. And I'm like, well, I don't do like sponsored videos and stuff. And they're like, what? And it's like, you could be charging huge amounts. I say, yeah, I know, but I really don't want to take money from that sort of. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that like, I don't want to have to worry about it, because it becomes an interest, and I don't want it to be an interest of mine. I want my only interest to be tied to the people that I'm talking to, really,
Yeah. I've started doing some ads now, sponsors for the longer lore videos, where basically I try doing something with the hobby, because
Oh
it's
yeah,
like, okay.
if I was doing cultural content, yeah, don't worry about it. Like, do it. Like, who cares?
Because it basically replaces like a mid-roll ad. Because a mid-roll ad is far more annoying, in my opinion, than like 2 minutes to begin with.
I got
But it's something I'm experimenting with.
I got an offer for a corporate sponsorship the other day, and 99% of the reason I didn't do it is because he said the following things. 1, we are huge fans of your channel. 2, we think your audience would accept long-term food storage products into their homes. How fucking creepy is that wording?
I've got one, a freezer. We all have those. I've got a freezer.
This is a strange concern, I've got to say.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
have
like
you guys noticed?
these people.
Have you guys noticed that literally everyone's doing Raid Shadow Legends right now?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I have gotten like 5 emails from various ad companies for that.
Yeah, I've got one as well. I didn't take them up on it because I don't play the game. See, for me, I don't mind doing ads, but it has to be for a product that I actually use.
Yeah,
I
that's like
would
my
I would
rule,
definitely
yeah.
do a sponsorship for something that's actually good, because I would just say, look, that's my rule. I'll do it for something that's good. Therefore, you know this thing actually is good. I'm not trading out my trust for it. I'm saying this is good, and I might as well get paid for saying it.
I want people to use really good products that I can vouch for.
And on that note, if the creators of Azure Lane or any other Japanese waifu game out there is currently listening, I'm open for business.
Like, Games Workshop should give you money.
I'm pretty sure
This
Games
stuff all
Workshop
the
fucking hates
time.
me, but oh well.
I know, but you must, like, how many millions of people have watched your lore videos, and how many people have you got into 40k by just telling a good tale about it? You know, like, you're probably one of the best methods of outreach that they have, and they're like, this guy's an asshole. It's like, what?
And for
Yeah, but
Affinity should
Sargon,
pay me.
that?
sometimes he makes jokes that aren't completely corporate safe jokes. Therefore,
Yeah,
push him to
I
the
don't like
fucking
defending
edges
them
of...
on Twitter. Yeah, yeah, they just fucking don't care, Virgin. You know, that's what companies should say.
Oh well. Right, so I'll do the super chats. We'll wrap it up there. And now I need to go on the journey to rediscover where the fuck that button was again. Because last time I found the button that gave me the list of super chats, and it was on some obscure side panel.
You should,
Yeah, the new YouTube backend sucks.
Studio
new
beta
one's better.
monetization live chat.
The new one's better. If you're using the live broadcast studio, it's got everything in one page. I said it before,
no.
but they have actually done a decent job with that one thing.
I can't actually get to that one because it doesn't recognize me as streaming because if I'm streaming via you.
No, it doesn't make a difference, dude. It doesn't know that I'm the one streaming. As far as YouTube knows, the
It's gone
channel
to
is
the
being
same
streamed
account.
to.
Well, if you
it's
could
the
please
account.
tell YouTube that.
Can you? So you can't go to your studio, the new studio thing.
If I go to the the studio stream live thing, I just get asked
beta.
if I wish to establish a new stream.
That's because you're going to the one that is just blank and creates a new one, I guess. Have you created this as an event?
This is an event, yes, and I
Right.
can see
In
the
that case.
usual.
If
control
you go
board?
to your studio beta videos list, there should be a button at the top that says live. It should give you a different list. Then one of the items in that live list will be the event you created. It should be the first one. And if you mouse over that, a little icon should appear just to the right of the title and the description, which looks like a dot with some radiating circles. It's not the Jewish symbol, but it looks kind of like a dot with the triple parentheses. If you click on that, it should take you to the room for that stream.
Barrett, go to in D&D. That's how I get there. It's just that's how I do it.
That's another way to get to the super chats. Yes, that would
The
work
live
too.
chat. Yeah.
Well, yeah, going through that, but what I'm suggesting gets you basically everything in one window.
Okay, let me try that. That one asks me to set up a new stream. That sends me to the control room I've had up, but there's no super chat options in there.
It should be on stream activity or something like that. It's one of the tabs at the bottom. Or there should be a link to the super chats there somewhere.
Okay.
If you can't see what
have
that, have a look on. Do what Rags is suggesting, because that's a simpler way to get to just the super chats. What I'm suggesting is more of a long-term thing.
Okay, repeat it for me, please.
You go to the monetization tab instead of the videos tab.
Yep. Click in the D&D chat for pictures.
Yeah, he gave you a picture
Monetization
tutorial,
tab.
and then live chat all the way over on the right there, and then super chat is one of the things that's there.
Okay, you are definitely looking at a different screen than mine, because all I see on the monetization tab is just monetized with ads and advanced settings.
That's the monetization of the video. We're talking about monetization in studio itself.
Yeah, no. This is the live control room. I've got the live stream health, the feedback, the chat, and all that here.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Have a look at the tutorial Vax put in D&D.
Go to any YouTube
list
page at the top right. It's got the drop-down menu there. Then you click on YouTube Studio, the beta, and then it will take you to the channel studio, where it's got the dashboard, videos, analytics, comments, transcripts, comments, monetization.
Yeah, you're looking at the monetization for a particular video or stream. We're suggesting you look at the monetization tab in the studio.
Yeah, for your channel. It's any YouTube page at the top right. You've got your icon. Click that, and it brings up the drop-down menu.
You enjoying this, chat? You having fun?
I think that is the place I am at. That's the problem.
Have you checked Rags's image tutorials in D&D chat?
Right. Monetization.
Here, Arch, just go to your login. We'll figure it out.
Of course.
There's got to be a better way. You could just sign up for or connect your Streamlabs. Streamlabs will track it for you.
I wish I could even run that. Maybe I can. So monetization there, and the video manager, and the live.
No video manager. No video manager. Just click on the left-hand side monetization tab, and then it'll have overview, merchandise, memberships, live chat, FameBit, and just click the live chat.
Oh, I'm allowed to use super chat stickers as well. Well, let me just not do that.
Well, but why not?
Yeah, you could. There's a lot of cute doggos doing all sorts of things.
Yeah, imagine that.
Wait, why is this YouTube page all acting like I haven't had that my channel isn't monetized?
Uh-oh.
Well,
Nuked.
if they've demonetized me, they didn't fucking say anything. Oh, I got a strike recently, which just gave me a warning. I haven't told anyone because honestly, it's on an ancient ass video and it's for hate speech, which is probably bullshit. But it's an ancient ass video. It's like a 2.5 hour stream, and I didn't want to watch. Well, I haven't yet watched through the whole thing to find out whether it got any validity. But it told me it was just a warning with no consequences because it was my first ever strike.
Well, that's good.
But
that's
I've
nice.
apparently lost monetization.
Oh.
I heard that Mahler told me the other day that he noticed that there was a lot of people on Twitter complaining about having their monetization cut off.
Oh, and then I click on, when it says you can monetize your videos, click here, and I click on it, it says your account is monetized. It's just acting like it's not on this particular page. I click on the page that Rags is suggesting that shows Super Chat, and it's like, yeah, you can use Super Chat. Bitch, I've had it for like years.
Well, they're good, I guess.
Well, it's a reminder.
Yeah.
But no, it says get started, then I have to agree to it again.
Well,
I'd agree to it. Yeah.
Sign your soul away.
Yeah, I would, I always prefer people to do it via Streamlabs because I get it straight away and YouTube doesn't get a cut. But some people prefer to do it via Super Chat. So I guess I'll fill this form in at some point. But I've already done this. Why do I have to do it again?
Because that is how the world works.
No, that is
and
how
you just need to
this world
accept
works.
it. Okay. Speaking of world work, so I have finally managed to find another tab with the super chats on it. So we'll go through those and we'll wrap it up. And no show next week, but maybe Friday, was it? Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Friday as in like in 2 days?
Yeah.
As in 2 days. Oh, okay.
Friday or Saturday.
I can probably make that, yeah.
That will make my life a hint more interesting, but I'll try. Okay. All right. Dr. Martin Luther Pepe. Rags, you never said hello back yesterday.
Oh,
Rags.
well, I must not have heard it, but hello.
The flensing was the act of Sargon eating a rat an allegory for hunting Jews. P.S. Jews is censored for super chats. Of course it is.
Fuck you, of course.
I mean, obviously.
Imagine you're a rabbi on YouTube and people can't say the word Jew.
Well,
They
that
basically
reminds me too.
Voldemorted the Jews.
So if we're going to do this on Friday, that means that Carlos is going to be real fucking busy. He's a Swede. He doesn't have a social life anyways. Onyx
Except getting
1937. I'll check your Twitter DMs, pretty please. Okay, I will. Twitter DMs. I have Twitter DMs.
The only good thing Twitter is, I can DM people there.
Let's see. Ludwig Dahl, and this is in Savage Speak. Så du Meticulous video om deg og andre Warhammer-lore-kanaler hang av deg neste samst av de 5 verste fra den svenska i eksil i Norge. Right, so the question there is, did I see a video by Major Kill, who gave me apparently the rank of 5 worst Warhammer YouTubers, I guess? Okay. Well, now I'll have to go and see it, because that sounds hilarious.
I don't even know who that is.
I did a community spotlight with him, so I guess he must have gotten really annoyed after I gave him the free publicity. Oh well. Draven Sargon, the Mexicans refused U.S. intervention yesterday, but we could intervene in the UK if you like.
Not fucking far from it.
And Arch, would they ever exterminatus terror in 40k? I think things would have to go pretty bad for that to happen. pretty bad. But yes, do definitely intervene in the UK.
Wait, for the roleplay or for
reality, of course.
Oh, okay.
Coventry 301. Hi Arch, what's this other D&D campaign I keep hearing about in the D&D Crusaders RP where V got one shot in the head because he had no helmet? Also D&D Crusaders Series 2, when? Thanks. That was the Cyberpunk RP, which happened 5 years ago.
Was it really?
Has it been 5 years already?
It hasn't
I don't
been
know.
that long. It's probably like 2
Maybe
or
it
3.
started 5 years ago. I can't even think it started 5 years ago.
No, I'm sure it's not that old.
I'm looking this up.
Merc, who let Uzulu in here? No taste at all. Boo. Oh,
2.5 years ago. That's what it was.
there you go.
Why
Two and
the
a
hell
half
did you
years.
say 5 years ago then?
I guess that was the first number that came to mind. Don't be so critical.
Oh, I see. You were just exaggerating about how long it was.
Well, I didn't
you were
actually
being
know how
specific.
long it was ago, so I just picked a number.
Well, I'm so glad that you said that long after we were all asking, wait, was it actually 5 years ago?
But I said I didn't know.
Okay, on the first part of Cyberpunk, there's people who are like, I'm rewatching it right now. Like 3 weeks ago, they were watching the whole campaign. I guess they just literally like it.
Yeah. It's
But we
actually really
monetize
good.
those videos.
I would be
I hope
watching it if
so.
I had the time.
I like
There's
the
so
Cyberpunk
much
campaign.
content
It was
there.
great.
Yeah.
It was
I think,
being at his
The
most
Cyberpunk
V.
one gets to be more memey as well because it's like futuristic, so
Yeah.
Last time
memey
I
about it.
looked up whether it was complete or not, I think me and a few others found that there was one part missing.
There's 2 parts missing. There's been 2 videos deleted.
Gasp.
What did you do, Sargon?
I don't know. It's
Probably V's fault, to be fair.
honestly probably just clerical error. Like,
There
as
might
in,
be
I-
mirrors of them. I seem to remember we did eventually find a complete series, and someone's probably made a playlist.
The second part of that super chat, though, was all about Crusaders 2. Sargon?
no, I don't have time.
How do you account for the death of D&D Crusaders, Sargon?
I don't have time.
Silver Mines and Sargon being overly anal.
Messing around with politics, to be honest.
Ludwig Dahl, don't forget the Camarilla, guys. I want more intrigue in Double Crossing. Curse the bullshit crew defending Jeb Nicholson and hail the brood. That's true. You still do have that whole Camarilla thing going.
Yeah, but we're kind of busy with this Nazi party at the moment. We'll get
Also, mysterious disappearance of the person I don't know, man. It wasn't us. I ain't about to ask questions.
Next super chat has apparently no text to it. That's one of those YouTube things where they just yeet the message off the bat, I think. William Iceplane, that feeling when you're an ex-WS and start getting flashbacks to the 19 years of brainwashing by your parents about the racist from a D&D stream.
WS meaning white supremacist.
Probably.
No, definitely. I talked to him afterwards.
Oh.
I reconvinced him of his old ways.
That is good. Yeah, we need more of them.
We discussed the fact that the Holocaust is definitely plausible because magic ovens existed in the 30s and 40s but haven't been replicated since. What, too edgy for this stream?
Yeah, like, I mean, you know, we're on board with the Holocaust happening because we're Nazis, but we're not going to pretend it didn't.
The Holocaust didn't happen, if only it had.
Cuckoldry is a sin. Sargon 2019.
No, that was just what the gods said. That wasn't necessarily my opinion, but it is actually still my opinion. It actually is sinful. No, I've been thinking about like the concept of sin. It's like obviously if you're not religious, it drops out of your lexicon. But there are some things that are just bad on a kind of moral level that you can't necessarily categorize through immediate damage, like incest. Like, you know, these things are just like a moral bad. They just create an unhealthy and unpalatable world. Just don't fucking fuck your sister. Don't fuck an animal. You know, don't do any of these bad things, and you'll
fuck like an animal. Don't fuck an animal.
Yeah.
Do you think, Sargon, what you're saying there is being morally bad? That moral is just a label for something else, and that if we drill down to what it was, we might get a more meaningful answer.
Possibly, but I think morally is more than strong enough.
Yeah, I'm not talking about being strong. I'm talking that if you think it's anomalous that there are things that you can call sin even if you're not religious, maybe the anomaly is actually a fault. Maybe it's not that it's a moral problem. I think it's probably just an overreach of the biological aversion to things, because incest, as Destiny will point out, when it doesn't result in procreation, probably doesn't have any strictly logical negative effects. But because it can result in procreation, we biologically have an aversion to it.
Yeah, but you're thinking of this purely from like the biological perspective. There might be some psychological effects.
Yeah,
like because there might be long-term psychological effects of doing this that make you different to other people. You know, and it might be negative. I don't know. You know,
possibly.
like
I have a feeling we might have uncovered something like that in studies if that was true, but it's possible, yeah. But either way,
how many studies have we done about incest?
Probably some, but as far as we know, there aren't any psychological consequences, and they are minor if there are.
Some guy who fucks his sister. I mean, like that strikes me as having some like.
I think the factor analysis there might be a bit difficult because the kind of person who fucks his sister probably already has some psychological issues.
Or doesn't know, right? Yeah,
there's there's
long lost sister thing.
Are you trying to create an excuse, Dev?
Always.
But you could Google incest studies, which is something on my computer now, I guess, and you can read different articles about the ramifications of it and the Here's one of the study from 2014: evaluation of social and demographic characteristics of incest.
Well, I'm not talking about any individual like person and any individual incident. I'm talking about like the degradation of the social fabric. You know, that kind of thing.
Probably something you don't want to have a lot of people doing.
Yeah, just having incest widespread because there doesn't appear to be any immediate damage strikes me that there's going to be some sort of widespread sort of background damage done.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that if you are going to allow on a liberal basis, you've got to do it slowly and cautiously just because, tradition and evolutionary wisdom isn't a baseless criteria for behavior.
Well, I think that's why we shouldn't allow it, incidentally.
Well, I have a feeling, Sargon, without meaning to offend you, that maybe the reason you don't want to allow it is because it's icky. And I don't necessarily
that's a good enough reason. Maybe. Honestly... what do you mean, maybe? We're not talking about what can I scientifically prove. We're talking about how are we going to govern society. And, like, I definitely think outlawing incest because it's icky is more than good enough reason.
I don't think it is.
Anal sex.
Really? It's not. I actually don't think it is either, because then you just use that to law gay marriage, for example.
It's not strictly liberal, is it?
Yeah, but
No.
gay marriage is a different topic.
No,
And
anal
it's got
sex is icky. Two dudes
Yeah.
fucking, that's icky. Ban it.
Yep.
Sure, but there is actually the potential for like actual consequences, and
You mean like
I mean,
straight sex?
honestly, you're right. You know,
AIDS is a lot more
Here-
prevalent in the gay
here, let
community,
me-
and
I'll say
I
this.
don't think it's
there have
particularly
got to be
prevalent in
some
the
moral
incest
standards,
community.
though. But the thing is, this is Height's two moral tastes versus like 5 moral tastes. And I've been hanging out with the conservatives, and they do kind of have a point that like drag queen story time is bad socially. You know, it's bad for the
I
social.
could agree.
Yeah, that's
Welfare
really a different thing
of these
because
Yeah, sure, I
gender
know, I
roles
know.
are really important,
Yeah,
and that
but
breaks them down.
Yeah, but all of these things are really important. That's the
Things
thing.
being
I don't
icky
disagree with your
is
principle.
Familial relationships are fucking important, and
I would agree.
I don't
agree.
think they should be sexual between brothers and sisters, because you can probably make the argument that like it causes just widespread inbreeding and genetic collapse or something.
Yeah, that's obviously the risk, that if you have a society that's not against incest, then you're much more likely to have inbreeding. So that is a practical reason. But
Why does it have to just be a practical reason?
it doesn't
Because-
necessarily. But if your reason is just that it's unpleasant to you, then it's not really a good enough reason for a liberal society.
Well, I don't know,
It-
man. Like, I think that there could be things that are considered just generally unpleasant.
Well, and I think they are. That's why most people most people individually in our society, especially, find incest to be icky, which is why we don't do it and why it's against the laws in most places,
Yeah.
as far as I know. And I think like
the laws are not
48
as
states.
rational as you think.
No,
Well,
they're not.
well,
but
well,
we shouldn't be idealizing that irrationality.
yeah.
Well, I'm not saying we idealize anything, but I think that I think that the people arguing for incest being legal are morally suspect.
Well,
You know?
hold on a minute though. If that's the case, then if it's between consenting adults and no children are produced, punishment be for incest.
Whatever the punishment is now.
I don't
How do you
think
know
there
what the
is one.
all
punishment
of
is
this
now? Well,
is
you don't
from
even know what the
Super
punishment
Chat.
is for it now.
Thinking that cuckoldry was sin.
Yeah, and we're not done yet either.
Yeah, we're not finished. But no, but the thing is, this is what it all
I'm tired,
sort
he
of comes
says. We
down
can't
to.
go to the party, he said.
we could have been
This
done
is
the
legit
ball
what
by
it all
now.
comes down to, right? Is do we apply reason to absolutely everything?
To a degree.
It's
There's
not,
a-
it's not the
right
only
now,
standard.
Reason tells me that I need to cut you motherfuckers off.
I do think it's interesting that we're arguing in these positions, Sargon, because I think whenever you and I have discussed this kind of thing before, not necessarily incest, but just moral issues, I've always been I like a 99% liberal, 95% liberal, with a bit of conservatism just for the protection of society, where issues that aren't necessarily issues that would be strictly safe to be liberal about are, you occasionally have that. And you've almost always argued from a purely liberal principle perspective.
Yeah, well, I guess I've been hanging out with a lot of conservatives recently,
Yeah.
but
Like, an example
they
that
do have a point about the moral tastes.
I disagree with your example, but generally I agree. Like, when it comes to...
You
I think it's
disagree on
it
the
doesn't have
incest
to be. I disagree with the reasons for it. I'm not in favor of it, but I think that in principle, it doesn't even have to be moral. But you can have practical reasons for having conservative policies, slightly non-liberal policies. Like,
Sure,
if there's
but there are lots of
drugs
practical
that-
reasons.
If there's drugs that affect someone's productivity, or drugs that affect their health, but it's their choice to put it in their body, then you could still ban that on the basis of making society better, even though it would be liberal to allow them to do it. That's the example I bring up to differentiate the two, and that why I would say that I don't want to allow all drugs.
Yeah, like that's the difference between people who say, like, a lot of people are fine with weed being legal, but like meth labs, those are a different story.
And weed, I do think is okay, because I think that's mostly a class warfare issue, and it's if we're going to allow alcohol, then it's only class warfare to not allow weed.
Yeah. But the thing I'm talking about is like drawing it from the moral perspective of that. Like
It's not a
Well,
moral-
a system of
it's not a
morality
moral
is
case.
generally based on something. I
For
mean,
me,
sex in and of itself is.
but
out.
I mean more like the character of the thing, right? Because is it not weird? Is it not strange to argue for the normalization of brother-sister incest.
I can see where
wouldn't want it
you're coming from,
normalized.
but
Yeah,
I think
we don't want it-
what you're going to do is...
you are. For any kind of destigmatization and decriminalization is arguing for normalization.
I'm not
But
saying
it won't be
that, but I
considered
think
wrong.
what I said
hold
before
on,
is that
hold on.
you're masking your real reason for this, I think.
Okay, well, tell me the real reason.
I'm not saying I know, but I'm saying that we need to drill it down, because if we can come up with a good reason, like if you think something is icky, there's a good chance that there's a real good reason behind that.
The argument is obviously it's going to cause wide scale damage to just the race of the humans, but the fact that there isn't a legitimate, right? That's issue here, I think, and I think that's the problem that applying reason to everything has created, because it's kind of the destruction of morality. All morality gets compressed only down into harm.
All right,
and that's the issue.
The issue with reason is the same issue the Vulcans have with reason, where they don't account for the human element. They treat everyone as robots, but that's not actual reason. That's really shallow, pathetic reason.
Okay, well,
that's why I expand the meaning of reason to include stuff like squishy things, basically. And so, if you want to do it properly, you can do it all within the rubric of logic and still have the same beneficial outcomes. If you're only banning something because it's icky, I'm not saying you are, but if you are, that's not a good enough reason. It's not going to help. But if it is good to do it, even if it is icky and even if that's your reason, then you will be able to find out why it's good to do it. Then you should argue from that. There are good arguments to potentially, at least, not to allow incest.
Okay, well, give me one from reason that doesn't appeal to pragmatism.
I'm not saying I can. I'm saying that's where you should originate it from. I think when you're arguing, pragmatism can expand.
Okay. This is enough.
We really need to.
We should have a proper discussion about this.
We really need to do this. We keep saying we should, and then we don't do it.
No, this is interesting.
Like cats and dogs.
We really need to make a list of these issues.
It's good
to discuss, because we keep coming up with these.
Let me just
on Dev's channel, please.
Let me just say one thing real quick. I looked it up, and in the States, it's like between 20 and 40 years in prison, and that sounds ridiculous.
Jesus.
There you go.
What are you
Punishment for incest is 40 years in prison.
No, it depends on the state.
That's ridiculous. I should only get 5 for fucking my sister.
No. If they're consenting adults,
then they're committing incest.
But if no child is born, then there's no harm.
Yes, it's a crime.
40 years in prison.
40 years.
Normalize fucking your sister, you freaks. Why are you trying to normalize fucking your sister?
No, I'm not trying to normalize.
You are actively you're advocating for it right now.
Hold on. Sargon, is this some shit where you can't be neutral on a moving train?
Yes.
Okay.
You can if you run at exactly the right speed.
Exactly, but Dev, you're not that fast, mate.
Once again, do this on Dev's channel, please. Okay,
actually, it's a good idea. I haven't put out a video yet today, so we can do.
Precisely.
Well, I've got to do a video as well after this.
William Icebane, and I swear to God, you motherfuckers, I can see where this is going already, but live in the Fallout universe or Elder Scrolls 1?
Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, probably
Fallout.
Scrolls.
Fallout, I think.
Really?
If we were asking about post-apocalyptic, futuristic, or medieval, it's definitely got to be the futuristic one, because there's at least some technology about. But
that's
that's in
magic.
real life. That's in real life, because you've got diseases and shit to consider in the medieval one. You've got way less potential technology in the medieval one.
This isn't strictly medieval.
However, because we're talking about fantasy settings, there aren't those same bullshit day-to-day grind complaints in Elder Scrolls as there are in a real medieval setting, but there is consistent radiation, massive supernatural monsters, and etc. in the Fallout one. Constant war. At least in Elder Scrolls, you can see the attack coming. If Elder Scrolls is the obvious choice. Even though I'll miss out on tech, I'll at least probably survive a lot longer.
It would if it was a toss-up between a post-apocalyptic real world and like the actual medieval ages. I'll take without rule of law America over that, absolutely.
Yeah,
but fantasy to Fallout, absolutely Elder Scrolls. There's cures for everything. There's potions for everything. There's magic.
Stacker, I already am a real wizard, but in Elder Scrolls, I could
sure,
show
yeah.
people the magic.
Yeah,
It's
double
not
wizard.
stigmatized. Yeah.
Yeah. And besides, even in Fallout, yeah, there would be technology. Would it work? Would it be? You'd be,
Maybe.
It's
The Fallout
That's
technology
something.
is just 1950s technology, but buffed. That's
yeah.
gay. Ryan J. Smith in chat says, Oozlu, there are elves in Elder Scrolls. That's a brilliant point. I'll have a project.
But orcs have big dicks. What?
Fantastic. That did not devolve into a 30-hour conversation, which I am very much pleased for.
Oh,
No, I gotta hear Dev's explanation for why he chose Fallout.
No, we are censoring Dev. Matthew Payton, free super chat. Certain channels only. Well, I'm here with one of two I'd give it to. Sorry, Sargon. Love you all. Oh, I got money that Sargon didn't get.
That's all right.
Bully him. Leonard Church, did you see New York Times Blake the Mormons for getting slaughtered? Okay, blame the Mormons for getting slaughtered, I assume, because they were colonizers, no joke. Also, Rags, why don't you stream or something?
No way.
Oh, I
no
should.
Way.
I guess
Hang
we'll
on.
tap out about streaming. I should stream, though. I have fun streaming. Probably because I just don't think about it. This fucking Batwoman video is going slow because it's the most terrible show that's ever been created. In every scene, there's like 13 problems with it that need to be elaborated on.
I imagine. Some guy, congratulations, Rags, on your YouTube emojis. And then a
thanks.
waving dog.
Oh, I thank you. I knew they'd see reason eventually. Glad they're taking my suggestions to heart.
Here's the problem. I now have a waving dog, a pile of poop, a horny pear, and another waving dog.
Horny
And
pear.
it's like, yes, a horny pear.
Shall we
horny
talk about
pear.
the sinful moral implications to the fabric of society?
no,
of a
no,
horny
Yeah, what
pear?
if people start fucking fruit?
Honestly, there might be a few. Let's talk about it.
But like, you should, if you're gonna get the sticker, okay, you should at least be allowed to add in a little message in addition. But
Oh, it
YouTube is
doesn't let
too
you?
fucking Jewy for
The
that.
horny pear is high culture.
It's very refined. It's class warfare to ban it.
Adam
Please stop
Dalglish. Mike Who Cheese Hair.
Maiku cheese hair?
Mike Who Cheese Hairy.
Anyone that repeats this phrase is going to regret it as soon as they hear it back. But I haven't heard it in the way that makes it rude yet.
Nicholas Stoneback.
Mike
Joe
Who
Swinton's
Cheese
rack,
Hairy.
the only good thing in the Liberal Democrats.
Oh god, the Liberal Democrats are so bad.
But does she have nice tits?
I don't know.
No, that
She's-
is true. That's the one good thing.
Actually,
honestly
those
haven't
aren't
thought to
terrible.
I did a video on her a little while ago, and yeah, she's a massive hypocrite. Don't trust her in the slightest. She's worse than
Yeah.
most politicians. But
Yeah.
right at the end, I said, she has got good tits, though. She got that going for her.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, with the addition of a paper bag, I think we could possibly get something going.
If anyone wants the backstory on
Dude, she's an
Joe
insufferable
Swinson,
feminist. This
Go
is
watch my
this
video.
Yeah,
is
that's what the
considered
paperback
being
Dude, that's not even the worst you can say. I think her hypocrisy is her
Yeah.
worst feature. Honestly, one of the worst. I had 4 elements of hypocrisy, 4 stories. The last one, which probably people haven't heard of. The first 3 are fairly recent, common things, but people probably haven't heard of the fact that. I'm going to try to remember it. I think she basically got bought out by an anti-environment, like a fracking company, after vowing to stop fracking, and she started voting against all these anti-fracking environmental bills.
fucking sellout.
Yeah,
Jesus.
no, not just a sellout, mate. She is just a husk. She will say whatever needs to be said. And she, at one point, advocated for a referendum to leave the EU. I mean, it was
To be
party
fair-
line, but so is this. That's my point. It's all
Yeah.
party line with her.
I've been watching like interviews with her and stuff like that, and she doesn't have anything to say.
Yeah.
Like everything she says, it's the same rote script about Remain, and it's like, yeah, but like, you know, you can go off script and actually say what you think
Yeah.
if you think something.
Disco showed me a clip the other day. You guys probably are aware of this, but do you know that that propaganda leaf that they had it out? We got a few here.
Yeah, on
By the
Sky,
way,
they absolutely took them apart.
yeah, quick aside on that. I live in a building with a lot of rooms, and everyone got one. And I went down to the lobby. There's a bin in the lobby by the post boxes, and it was just full of Joe Swinson's crumpled up face. But I think that I think it was in that booklet that there was a statistic on that showed it was implying that it was showing the success or like the polling voting intentions of Lib Dems versus Conservatives versus Labour in a particular region. And it turned out that the small print showed that the question was, and it was showed like Conservatives just above Lib Dems with Labour way below. And that, implying that was the voting intention for a particular region. And then if you read the small print just under the graph, it was actually, if the vote was close between the Conservatives and Lib Dems, who would you vote for? And the Lib Dems didn't even win, and they still put it in their propaganda booklet. The Conservatives were slightly ahead.
I love it, the Lib Dems didn't even win.
I know. They couldn't even win when they stacked the deck in their favour, and they still put that in their propaganda booklet.
Love it.
Yeah, it's a complete joke. But the thing is, all they're doing is just appealing to a subset of the population that doesn't have a voice otherwise. Not that they necessarily should, but
just
that's all they need to do. They don't need to do anything else. They just need to be extreme enough to get that unrepresented portion of the public.
Yeah.
But far more importantly, the next one is of yet another pair saying, hey.
Good
Hey.
to know.
Hey, pair.
Why pairs?
It's a good
Are we
question.
sure they're pairs? Are they pairs?
Are
Pretty
pairs
sure it's a
deemed
pair.
as the most non-threatening
Let me go
fruit
and look.
by Susan?
Yeah, that is a pair.
That's
I
a
couldn't
pair.
send bananas at Luke.
That,
Great fat.
That's true.
You could not use bananas, because then they would be a banana, and then they would be immediately followed by a super chat saying "Ooga booga."
When we get to
that's-
Feminist Month, they'll change them all out for cucumbers.
that pair's thick.
Then when we get to Black History Month, there'll be watermelons.
Oof.
Oof,
Yeah, this is
indeed.
good. This pictorial system is going to be useful.
This is going to be a problem for you too.
I can't wait for the
Yeah.
articles about how the pear fruit is
Yeah.
a symbol of white nationalism.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, the watermelon will be a symbol of white nationalism.
The pairs going "Hey you" is an example of like, "Hey you, have you done what you need for the white race to survive yet?"
Oh, God.
There's going to be 14s all over these things if you look hard enough.
The future of journalism is just bleak, isn't it? Like, fuck me.
Matt Hawken, Reese Sargon saying, "Papist, can you honestly say, given recent events, that gunpowder solutions aren't okay in hindsight? Don't forget who coined Deus Vult."
Look, all I'm saying is it's just a building. And the MPs aren't really people, so it doesn't matter if they're inside.
Turns out that 70% of the public
Just
are okay
call
with
it
violence
reverse
being done to
construction.
MPs. It turns out it's just part and parcel of being an MP.
Well, over 60% of the public want urgent constitutional reform as soon as Brexit is dealt with, so I don't doubt that a lot of the current MPs ought to lose their jobs.
Yeah.
And I hope they will.
Yeah.
But you mentioned in a video recently, Sargon, that you were essentially going to be holding Farage to blame if he ends up splitting the vote.
Well, if he splits the fucking vote
Yeah, no, I
and
understand.
we don't get it, what are we supposed to... Who's supposed to be responsible?
But my thing is, why is that only his fault? All Boris has to do, he doesn't even have to agree to no deal. Farage softened the offer. So if Boris doesn't agree to that, isn't that also Boris's fault if he ends up splitting the vote?
Yeah, but Boris is in the position of strength, and that position has been heavily under attack for...
Is he?
Yeah,
If Farage can so easily split the vote, is Boris in a position of sufficient strength to deny his offer just on the point of pride?
No, but without Farage doing anything, Boris can definitely do this. Right? So it takes Farage's malevolent intervention to fuck things up.
I don't know if that's enough, considering that Boris is not...
That's
Is
definitely
Boris
enough,
is
and that's
not-
how things are. Like, if Farage didn't exist and the Brexit Party closed down and UKIP closed down, like, Boris has this in the bag.
Yeah, but that's a very establishment view. If Boris didn't exist, and Farage could wing it and could
Yeah,
sail
but he
in.
does exist.
So does Farage.
Yeah, but Farage isn't the one in the driving seat here. He doesn't have a
But
single
maybe
MP.
he should be.
Yeah, but he's not going to be.
Look how well he did in the MEP elections.
We are on. Yeah, so what?
Well, so what? So if that was a national election, he would have one of the biggest landslides in history.
No, he wouldn't, because the Tory voters won't just go over to him.
No, I'm not saying he will. I'm saying if the MEP vote was representative. But-
Yeah, but it's not, and it's also a different thing. People don't send the
it
same
is.
people.
It is, but what I'm saying is that there is
Nigel
validity
Farage has
there.
failed to become an MP like 7 times. Like, that's why he's not running again. Like, let's be honest. Like, it's crazy to vote for anyone other than Boris if you want to see Brexit getting done. I think the Brexit Party have gone into like a bunker mode sort of mentality, and I don't blame them. It's been a hell of a fucking fight, you know. But I think that we actually do have to not split on this one.
Well, obviously, I don't want the vote to get split, but I just, if it does happen, I won't be holding all my contempt for Farage, even though it would be wise for him to just do nothing in terms of a Brexit party getting the vote, but it will be a worse Brexit if the Conservatives get in instead of Farage, because the treaty is not great.
All this talk about the Brexit party, and I just wanted to go to the Nazi party.
Right. The deal not being great is actually the least of my worries. It's actually something that eventually will be a separation of the UK from Europe, right? The problem is we may well end up getting Remain if we fuck this up, right? Here's Wokingham constituency voting intention, right? The Conservatives are down 15%. The Lib Dems are up 22%, right? Conservatives on 42, Lib Dems on 38, and Brexit on 5. If the Brexit Party doesn't exist, then Conservatives get it. If not, the Lib Dems get it. The Lib Dems are going to get a lot of fucking seats at this election. Joe Swinson is going to get a lot more powerful. Honestly, whining of the quality of Boris's deal, I think, is very much secondary to, holy shit, we're about to fucking lose.
Yeah, at the
we
same
are
time,
about to fucking lose, right? No, not at the same time. This is South Cambridge, right? You'd think Cambridge would be a Conservative stronghold. No, it's Liberal Democrats. They've just gone into the first position at 40%. Conservatives are on 36%, 7% Brexit Party. If the Brexit Party doesn't exist, the Conservatives win that. This is a common pattern among the constituencies. We could see some quite nasty stuff happen if we don't back the Tories.
I agree that the vote needs to not be split.
Back the Tories normally.
I agree that the vote needs to not be split. But if Boris gets his treaty through, it might actually be worse than waiting longer to get a good Brexit.
We won't get any Brexit.
And you don't know that.
I'm pretty sure we won't get any Brexit.
I'm not saying
if Joe Swinson were to get in, she'll just rescind Article 50.
Yeah. And obviously that would be worst case scenario. I'm still saying splitting the vote would be a really bad idea. But if Farage thinks he has a chance of winning, which I agree it's unlikely that he will take it away completely from the Conservatives. But what I'm saying is, if you see that both outcomes are unpalatable, then as a political figure, you kind of have at least a self-imposed duty to try and do something about it. And I think if Boris's treaty gets through, it's not just a bad Brexit that we will eventually recover from. We become the EU's slave for several years with basically no power.
That's what happens if we don't support the Conservatives.
If we remain, we are back to being
Boris's deal is not
contempted
that bad, right?
equal partners. But if we leave, we have a few years of slavery, which might it's not just about those few years either. Those few years might result in Brexit being so smeared, even though that won't really be Brexit, that revoke will come into effect anyway. The Lib Dems might storm it if Boris's treaty gets voted in, just because it'll be so bad.
Look, Boris's treaty is not that bad, right? The scenario the Brexit Party you're presenting the Brexit Party argument, right? That's the scenario that happens if the Lib Dems get in, right? If we end up remaining, it goes full Farage, and I agree we probably should. I would like to do that, right? But that's not the scenario we're actually in now. The scenario we're in now is that the Conservatives are actually polling really well because of Boris. He's just popular with the boomers and the normies, right? And he's just full on like, let's get Brexit done, then it's good optics for the normal person because of the way he says it. You know, it's kind of non-committal, but you get the feeling that he really doesn't want to be doing that. But he's following the law, obviously, blah, 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 right? But Boris he's the right kind of guy to do it. And if we get that done, then the next time it comes around, there will be Brexiteering will be a popular position. Like being a Brexiteer, that there'll be a future in that, right? So it incentivizes the Conservative Party to go in a Brexiteer direction, and Nigel Farage can actually do what he wants to do and retire from politics. Like he can see Brexit going on well, and he'll be a great political commentator on like LBC or whatever. I love listening to him.
I think that is plausible, but just a bit too optimistic.
Well, that's
probably
the best case scenario.
Too optimistic.
Right?
Yeah,
but
it is.
Obviously, that's best case scenario.
Regardless, Sargon wins this debate.
Okay.
You suck up. We're going to have to add this to our list of topics to discuss.
This is the second thing you dragged us off topic on. I just want to read.
How is it my fault?
But you were making the case. But anyway,
Yes.
I just
I
Farage
didn't get
can't win
more
now.
talking time, though.
Farage
Beat it.
cannot win now, so there's no point trying to vote for Farage now.
See, I agree. And therefore, Naughty Kiwi, I'll just leave some money here and call it a night. Good luck sorting this mess. Thank you for both money and sentiment. Jafar the Blade, Sargon, Demolition Man soon, 9 months later, nothing. What the fuck are you, Blizzard?
I'm waiting for art to be made for it, actually. The script's all ready, and it'll be done. Don't worry, it'll be soon. It'll be before Christmas.
Lovely. Looking forward to it.
Hmm.
The Framinator. Rags is good boy. Arch, I enjoy your Lorehammer videos. Thanks, Rags. That's quite the dislike ratio in EFAP, lol. Many soy babies hating for Queen.
Oh yeah, yeah. All the Jenny Nichols White Knights. They are out in force to protect their idol, their precious lady. It's amazing. We love it. It's hilarious. These people cannot stand the fact that we dared to criticize their idol.
How dare you?
That does indeed sound horrible.
Who is this?
Yeah,
The last EFAP we covered a Jenny Nicholson video because she made a shitty Joker vid.
I'm afraid I
And
still
she
don't
was
know
just-
who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
She's some YouTuber who does movie commentary, I guess. But like everything she said she was just making shit up about the movie, just absolute nonsense. And so we covered her, and someone in a now deleted post on like r/cringe, someone says, some red pill incels made a 11-hour response to Jenny's Joker video. You know, the whole thing. We're incel Nazis. We hate women. Stuff, blah, blah, blah,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
only
ridiculous.
some of
You
it's
would never
true.
make a mere 11-hour video.
Yeah, as if we actually spent 11 hours on just her, and it wasn't a typical tap. We venture into all sorts of different topics and laugh at memes and talk about games and other stuff.
See, whenever
Yeah,
people
thank
bring
you,
the
man.
length of a video into question, you know they have no other argument.
Oh yeah, Long Man Bad is one of our pretty prominent memes.
That's a good expression.
Long man bad. And now there's a picture of Satan, which interesting YouTube decided to add that in there. And then of a flying gay butterfly thing. Moose. I actually know what that is, but I'm going to assume it's homophobic. The Space Cowboy 33. Art, where are the Lamenters in the updated lore? Probably hiding somewhere, still being ridiculously unlucky. As per usual. Mr. Twisted Frenzy. Help Dev with his degeneracy? Question mark. You heard the man chat.
Wait,
I think Dev is going to get a visit from lots of
what
people.
degeneracy?
They're going to teach him a lesson.
Dev, we're going to be able to find some degenerate.
Yeah, they'll fix it for you, though.
Yeah.
I think
we'll
Dev is
discover the degeneracy.
pretty much degenerate by default.
Absolutely. Bailbolt, thanks for the information last week. I might be running the campaign I was planning earlier than I expected. Oh, good. If I could have provide some information that would make it useful for you. Awesome. This is the guy who wanted to run the, I believe, 30k RP, so best of luck to him for that. Onyx, could you all please start announcing streams the day of, giving us a few hours notice, especially if it's cancelled, pretty please. Thank you. I wish we fucking could. Blame Sargon.
Oh, I love this is my fault.
It's not always Sargon's fault, but you know.
But it is always
Hashtag not
Sargon's
all,
fault.
but hashtag too many. Well, if you just assume that we are running on Wednesday, you'll only be disappointed about 50% of the time, chat.
Now, I can't be asked doing it on Twitter. I'll do it in my server, and I'll do like a announcement thing there, probably on the Discord server or something. I'll set something up.
You could set up the live stream event earlier in the day. That doesn't mean any extra work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to do that, and it derps things up. I don't like doing it, and that also requires me to remember it early on, which fuck that.
Well, the quality to remember it to put an alert out there anyway. As long as you can get the stream key, you don't need to do anything else once you've customized it.
Still sounds like too much effort.
All right.
Sued off the cuff. Honestly, I would like you to tell us when Games Workshop gets work and hurts the 40k lore, guess work, I'm assuming, and what are bad books, aka The Inquisitor was bad Ian Watson. Man, that would require me to read all of the 40k books, which I literally cannot. But in the 15th case of something particularly dumb, I probably will cover it.
Another question I literally can't find a way to argue with Sargon over about.
Uzulu, shut your filthy whore mouth.
Go on, keep giving me opportunities, Arch.
Cyber Anime Leon? Hi, Arch. What? I'm reading Rags' name as mine now. This is a mental disease. Hi, Rags. Have you looked up the Demon Kulaba? Have you?
The human
Demon Kulaba.
Demon Kulava. Can you spell that?
Demon Kulaba.
The letters.
Symposium.
Symposium. No, I have no idea what that is, but I can Google it.
Great idea. If not, Arch tell Rags about the Demon Kulaba. Iron Within and all that. Arch got me into 40k Tau, sadly. Yeah, that is tragic. The Demon Kulaba is a giant demonic womb that is created by ripping the womb out of women and forcing them to incubate monsters, basically, which then tear their ways out of the fleshy wombs, usually killing the host. Excruciating pain and all that.
That just sounds like a really metal description of pregnancy anyway.
Basically. Child of Slanesh, or Rags.
Sounds terrible.
If you could be any bird, would it be a bat?
Oh no. that was on our stream. Somebody asked us if we could be any bird, what would we be? And I was, I did the falcon, eagle, secretary bird, stuff like that. Cool birds that fly. And Wolf asked, does what did he ask? He asked, do bats count?
Or do they?
No.
Probably not. No.
They're not birds.
Look, how many birds have won a war? All I'm saying is emu team.
Yeah, Team Emu.
Yeah, so that's funny. I think the Bible says bats are birds.
Although if you want to score high in etiquette, you definitely go
Another
penguin.
check mark against the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, that is certainly something. Probably, maybe, possibly. Mr. Twisted Frenzy. Don't forget you guys still need to seek out the vampire who gave it the compass. Yep, we do still remember to some extent.
I don't.
No.
Not only have I forgotten the details, I've even forgotten the basic description of the quest.
Good to you.
Not your fault, Archie. It's been a hell of a long time.
He asked if owls counted. He asked, could I be a bat? And if owls counted. Odd questions. He asked if owls were birds or something like that.
Sounds like he was really taking the question seriously.
I know.
Surely owls counted as birds.
Of course. That's why it was so odd for him to ask, do owls count? Why wouldn't they? Oh, he's great.
I don't know how stringent these fucking criteria is.
A bird.
Ryan J. Smith. Arch, boomer or victim of YouTube's crap layout? What have you done, Uzulu?
What?
Crap layout? Oh, no, that was me maneuvering. Never mind, I'm blaming Uzulu for something else.
To the super chats. Honestly, it's mostly the crap layout, but I'm not going to say entirely.
Well, thank you for that.
You're quite welcome.
Cyber Animal Leon, again, have you tried praying to the Omnisire? Yeah, that's what eventually got me here, basically.
That was still about the super chats.
Yep. Mr. Twisted Frenzy, Sargon Demolition Man video when? Before Christmas.
Yeah.
Straight from the horse's mouth. Yeah.
It definitely will be. I've just needed a couple of contiguous days so I can work on it. And
Just a couple extra days.
11:57 on the 24th of December.
I just need 2 days in a row where I'm not doing extracurricular things like meetings and stuff and interviews, and then then I can do it.
I'm now imagining a school giving an extracurricular option of meet Alex Jones in person.
They should.
Ride his great behind.
Oh yeah, not Alex Jones, but definitely drag queens. Fucking.
That's true.
You know, this it is fucking clown world.
Ryan J. Smith, Uzulu is for Winchest. That did seem to be his position, yes.
Oh, Wincest. You read it wrong.
No, chest. I like that word better.
Okay. Then all you're doing is shortening a English town name.
I can live with that. Charles Lanesh.
Sargon can't live with Wincest.
No. It's degenerate, and I don't agree.
Wow. I guess
Well,
I can't defend
degenerate.
you as being slightly on the left wing of politics anymore.
I'm not left wing because I don't agree with incest.
Charles
Yeah, I
Lanesh
was thinking because
came
of the
for
conservative
not-
leanings.
Came for
You're a
not
conservative if you don't
vampires.
agree with incest.
Stayed for the discussion about the morality of incest. And no, that is not an invitation.
That wasn't
All I'm
quite my
saying is that
argument,
I'm
Sargon,
right.
Oh, well, yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
God.
as opposed to left.
Another one of these fucking
Correct,
pictures.
then.
Swede off the cuff, and this is of a lemon blowing a tuba with a small walking water balloon, either following it or possibly that could be the outlaid urine bag being dragged behind the lemon.
That was quite a fucking roller coaster.
Yeah.
Can we write it again?
All I'm saying is, it could be. Daniel Rust, Ooga Booga Arch, and that's not a watermelon, that's a mango? I'm starting to really fucking hate these little things, because they're also really fucking tiny. Kiwi?
Mankiwi?
Kiwi?
Mankiwi?
Man kiwi? Kiwi's made out of men? No, I don't think I want to go down that particular route,
It's
honestly.
a mankini kiwi.
Imperial Fists, welcome to the channel of He Who Shall Not Be Named. Today we discuss British politics. Cheers, Lawmaster. Yes, that is one of the two topics we were visiting, indeed.
Well, you did accidentally bring two Eternal Anglos onto the channel. What did you think was going to happen?
Seriously, Dominic Raab could lose his fucking seat, man. Like, split. Yeah, exactly. Splitting is a bad idea at the moment.
I agree with Sargon, therefore he is the winner.
I could certainly
Good
go
rule.
on talking about that for longer, but in the interest of not turning Arch insane, we will
Yeah.
stop.
Opercoy. Hey Arch, have you ever read Otoyomegatari? As a history fan, you probably like it. Otoyomegatari. Otoyome, or it's not Otto. It's no, it is spelled Otto. Otomeyome. Ah, right now I got it. Yes. No, yeah, I have actually read it. It's about Persian marriage traditions, which is
Making
quite.
this up.
No. It genuinely is about like Middle Eastern Persian area marriage traditions,
Okay, go on.
and it's a manga about that. And there's a white man who walks there and goes like, "Well, there's a lot of brown people here, and they give each other quilts when they get married."
Huh, that's romantic.
It's surprisingly fascinating, honestly. Oh, and he brings one of them home because she sees him and she's like, "White man," and from there on, they are lovers because, obviously,
White man good.
indeed. Slightly oversimplifying the story. It is actually a fairly decent romance manga if you're into that kind of shit.
I'm not.
Can't imagine how it will be.
No, I'm really not. But I take your word for it.
Martin Calendar. On Demo Man, what happened to the Crusade vid? Tell Mauler that cavalry riding into infantry formations isn't wrong. A cavalry isn't only for flanking. Actually, horses don't charge mass infantry. Simply doesn't happen.
Yeah, horses
But
aren't that.
massive,
Crusader
yeah.
video.
Also,
it's
light
it's on
and cavalry.
it's on the back burner because of things I have to do in advance. But it's not going away.
It is merely resting.
Yeah, these things just take time, unfortunately.
Zach Dekiko, Sargon and Uzulu, I hope you two are happy with the fact that because of you rant about Farage and Boris' incestuous orgies, we all couldn't join the Nazi party. Yeah, are you proud of yourselves?
What?
I usually am.
Yeah.
Ironcaster, Humble Bundle has a Horus Heresy audiobook bundle. Oh, that is probably worth checking out. And lastly, Onyx 1937. Final reminder, because I know you're busy. Twitter. Yes, I will check my Twitter messages for the first time in many, many, many moons.
And now you need to refresh because there's another new one.
Yes. The Flensing. Rags, would you ever have sexual relations with an artificial bay? Just bay. I'm feeling like I must be missing some text here.
None that I can imagine that exist now.
Hold on. Rags, would you ever have a sexual relationship with an artificial being? If so, isn't it technically bestiality? And bestiality is also a censored word, by the way.
Oh, no. I don't think it would be. It would be... I don't know why it would be bestiality. I guess memes and all. Yeah. But,
the real question is, why is this question
bestiality because it wouldn't be a human, and it would be an artificial life form. So I think
bestiality would refer to. I think the word has a because language evolves over time. I think that it's rose up to have the meaning that it does because the only being that is sentient to our degree is humans that we're aware of.
Yeah, beast doesn't mean non-human anything. It just means animals, non-human animals.
Yeah. In some far future where it happens.
So what you're saying is the problem here is that the meaning of the word bestiality has not evolved enough.
No, it's just no, not at all. I'm just describing why its potential use is the way it is now because it's not warped, but it's shaped by our understanding of the world around us as it's been for always.
If you're having sex with an artificial thing that, let's just say, it hasn't been classified as a human equivalent life form, then it's much closer to masturbation than bestiality.
I would agree. Still an odd question. Not what I'm not certain about. I wouldn't rule it out, but that's why I said originally, anything that I'm aware of now that exists, no.
Quick, now we know. Super chat asking if Boris or Farage should run.
No. I'm going to end the video by posting in chat a link to Otoyomogatari cover, Delicious, Delicious Brown Girls, because everybody loves Delicious, Delicious Brown Girls.
Yes, we do.
And with that, we are actually done. No. Not in calendar. I have 3 Byzantine military manuals that say they cavalry charge straight into infantry. Do tell me you guys know more about horses than cataphracts. Yes, I will quite literally tell you that those Byzantine military manuals were talking about charging towards the infantry and then turning away, stabbing at them. Because the hope was they were charging straight towards the infantry, not because they were going to ram into them, but because they hoped to scare the fucking shit out of them. Because the moment they broke formations, then the horses were not charging into a mass of men anymore. That is literally how they used heavy cavalry.
The trick was to get the cavalry into the unit.
Yes, and once you manage to freak them out enough till they break ranks. You can also see this during the battle between the Normans and the Anglo-Saxons with William the Conqueror. When he charged their lines, they held the shield wall, and every time the Norman knights had to retreat.
Yep. And it was only when they ran down the hill they were able to pick them off.
Yep, and then they could charge them down, because then there was no longer a mass of men anymore.
Yeah.
And Ryan J. Smith, should Boris or Farage run?
Well, let me tell you.
Farage isn't going to get it, man. He's not going to get it.
Now, on a serious point, you guys should actually talk about that because it is interesting. You should do a stream after this. But I am genuinely with Stalin on this one. I think that Farage, if he genuinely does want an effective Brexit, he probably should just bow out on this one because all he is going to achieve is splitting the vote and achieving the worst of both worlds.
Well, let me just wrap up by saying my position, which is I don't fully disagree. It's complicated. In a sort of smaller picture, obviously I agree. But I think if we're looking at a larger picture, it might be wiser for him to run anyway, or it might be a better outcome in the end. I don't know. It's complicated. Maybe we could talk about it.
Well, you're guaranteeing Jeremy Corbyn and Joe Swinson.
Maybe.
No, you definitely are.
But
There's no making
well,
it about it.
You two
I
can now
probably
throw
can't do
bread
it.
at one another for a while whilst I go make a sandwich. Feel free to end the stream when you're done beating Sargon.
Sure. I was to say I probably can't do it tonight, but some other time. I DM'd you, Sargon. Maybe we can figure out a date.
There's no question of it though. Like,
well, their vote's also being split as well.
yeah, but they get split in different places. It'll be things that go to the Lib Dems. It'll probably be a Labour Lib Dem coalition, something like that.
Yeah, well, Boris should accept Farage's offer then,
Why?
so that he doesn't run and split the vote.
Yeah, but that's Farage being a malevolent actor.
It's also Boris being too egotistical to do something simple that would get him a landslide.
Yeah, but he's in the driving seat. Like, he's the leader of this.
Well, no, that's a principled argument, but the principled argument doesn't stop Farage running. If Farage is going to run,
if Farage's a bad man,
if Farage is going to run, then Boris should let his ego be secondary to winning in a landslide.
but that's saying Farage isn't principled.
Okay, well, let's accept for a moment if he isn't, then in that case, still, Boris should agree to Farage's offer.
We shouldn't support an unprincipled man.
Not necessarily, but if he is, it's still on Boris to accept it.
Well, no, we don't have to support Farage if Farage is going to be unprincipled.
Okay, we can talk about that separately. What I'm talking about is if he does run, what should Boris do?
Point out that he's being unprincipled.
Then
beat him. Why?
And if he can beat him just like that, then why is it a problem with splitting the vote?
Well, there's no guarantee. We're probably going to lose.
Well, then Boris should accept the deal.
Better to lose on principle than win through these kind of snaky means.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people that support Brexit would agree with that when the means aren't really that snaky.
They are pretty snaky. But it also weakens Boris within the Conservative Party.
Yeah, but not as much as the vote getting split.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee. That's the thing. There's absolutely no guarantee.
Of what?
Of Boris being able to pull anything off. And it could be that Farage weakening Boris's position splits the vote. That's the thing that splits the vote, because it undermines Boris's position.
I really think that he'll lose less by agreeing with Farage on his softened request as well than he will by the vote being split.
No,
I think it'll be much less.
The request is unrealistic. He can't take his own deal off the table. He can't do that. That's ridiculous.
Maybe.
No,
but,
it's an upset. That's what I mean. He undermines himself by doing that. He can't do that. That's like the deal is not that bad. The Brexit Party are painting the deal to be worse than it actually is, because worse than it actually is remaining what we'll get.
Yeah, probably they are, but equally, I think Boris is being far too optimistic. The EU will take every opportunity to screw us during that time.
So
and
we shouldn't screw ourselves by splitting the vote.
Well, yeah, but there's not just those two options. But I think the possibly longer term picture of this that doesn't necessarily justify what Farage is doing, but might explain why it won't be all bad, is that if we do leave on bad terms and we're in an environment where Brexit is it turns out to be like it has been for this period. People will think of Brexit as the difficult, like the chaos we've been having, but really that's just political machinations of some sore losers. It's not actually Brexit. But if it actually is Brexit that's messing up once we have left or once we're in the preparation period or whatever, and even though it's not the fault of Brexit itself, it's going to be so easy to smear it. It's like if and you know, when it gets to that point, it'll demoralize Brexit. So, for example, if we get,
but I don't think
Corbyn
anything
or
Farage is
Swinson,
doing at the moment is going to make that any less likely.
if we get Corbyn or Swinson, then it's definitely Farage next, pretty much, because the Brexiteer coalition is going to be so potently against the Conservatives for screwing it up and everyone else that they're going to be energized to get Farage in, and then we definitely get almost certainly get a decent Brexit. But if we get the sort of death by 1,000 cuts of a treaty that allows the EU to continue screwing us, it might demoralize Brexiteers to the point that we don't quite have the oomph to make it happen anymore. Then the establishment with the media influence, because they have ultimately the momentum.
Yeah, but at that point, but that's just assuming worst case scenario. Like I think it gives us more cultural momentum if it's actually happening, and it makes the Remainers far more unhinged and makes the country look like it should leave if it's happening in this sensible, orderly way. Like I really think there are real risks.
We're treated. I think you're being. You said I was being very negative. I think you're being the opposite degree of positive, which is fine. It's good to represent both sides, but
I think the Brexit Party represents the extreme side.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah,
I mean that's not what I'm saying.
I don't think it's wise for us to become extremists. So
well, I mean, we've been
by
calling
the
for
way,
no deal for a long time.
By the way, you little quarrelsome shit. Not only do you get the 1 point of XP you usually get,
there we go.
but due to Ragus's bickering about getting XP more often instead of big bunches of it, I will also give you 1 piece of XP for getting a hint on Dino Alfieri.
Cool.
Oh, thank you.
So there, 2 XP.
Wow.
Could have been more, but you didn't do the interrogations. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Just roll ads during the rambling. But yes, I'm assuming we'll go off now.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah,
Awesome, right.
I'll end it, and Saigon, we should.
but we'll talk about it later because it is
Yeah.
a thing that has to be resolved. We'll have to. I've got to make a video about the Lib Dems, incidentally.
Yeah. I will be.
Bring Uzulu on, free content, hour-long video.
Well, no, for my new channel. So
I won't be available to do anything tonight, but another time for sure.
yeah, like tomorrow, I think.
Sure.
Cool. All right, take it easy, man.
Right, I'm going to click the button. Goodbye, Archers audience.